Hey there and welcome back to TubeGuruji channel. Today in this particular video we are going to build an online grocery store application with the help of Next.Js and React. And this application we are going to build completely from the scratch. Let's walk through the application first and then we'll talk about the technologies which we are going to use to build this application. So if you see on the screen, we have this beautiful header section and this is the landing page of our application. On the heading section, we have this category section where user can jump on any category, okay, depends on the selection of the user's choice. Then we have this beautiful search bar. Here we have this cart option and then you have the login button where user can log in to our application. So this login system as well we are going to build completely from the scratch. Okay, then we have this beautiful slider. Okay, now all of this UI and everything, for that one we are going to use Tailwind CSS and ShadCN UI library. Now if you scroll down, we have this beautiful category section, and if you see how beautifully we animate each of the category, then we have the popular products and you will see how clean design the UI we build with the help of Tailwind CSS. So guys, if you are new to the Next.js, if you are new to the React or Tailwind CSS, don't worry, because in this particular course everything we are going to build from the scratch. Now each of these category option to add into the cart. Okay, now if you click on the add to cart, you will see the details of the products, okay, along with the quantity. Even you can add or increase this quantity as well, and you boom, if you see, the price also get calculated depends on your selection. Okay, you can decrease the size or you can increase it. Now you have option to add into the cart as well. If you try to add into the cart without login, our application will redirect you to the sign in page. If you don't have an account, you can create a new account. Okay, so for that one, to store all of our data, we are going to use a Strapi CMS. If you are new to the Strapi CMS, don't worry, because everything from creating the Strapi project or setting up the Strapi project, everything we gonna learn in this video. Okay, so Strapi is completely free to use, and you have fully control and you can customize whatever you need on this Strapi CMS as well. Now let's go to and click sign in and we'll sign in to our application. Okay, so I will enter the username and password. So I will have email and then I will enter the password as well. And once you sign in, you will see that beautiful toast message at the bottom that you sign in successful, and boom, you will see that login button is no more on the header bar. Okay, because you already log into our application. Now you will see the cart is empty currently. Okay, now if I try to add any of the item, let's add this item. You can select the quantity, click add to cart, and boom, it's added to our cart. Okay, and now if I go back to our cart, see, you will see the count. Okay, without refreshing our application, you will see the cart get updated. Okay, let's add a couple of more items. So let's add this item. Let's add 3 quantity. Let's add to cart, and boom, see, let's add this mango as well, and is getting added. Now you can click on this cart. Wow, so cool, right? You got this side sheet, and here you will see all the cart item or item which you added into your cart, along with the image, along with the name of the product, how many quantity you added, and the total for each of these particular items. So cool, right? Now if you think you don't want this item anymore, you can just click delete, and if you see the item get removed, you will get this beautiful toast message, and from the cart also the item will get removed. Not only that, but your subtotal will also get updated immediately as soon as you remove or add an item to your cart. Okay, now you can go into any of this particular category, just click on any of this category and you will go to that particular one. If you want to click on vegetables, see how beautifully it changed, right? Now one more thing I want to tell you here, this particular UI is completely responsive friendly. Okay, so depends on your screen size, it will change the layout. Okay, if I go to this home screen, see, Now if I change this one, if I change the size, see how beautifully it's changed their layout. Okay, and depends on the screen size, it's completely a mobile responsive as well. Now if I go to the cart and click checkout, okay, you will beautifully land on this checkout page where you can enter the billing information. You will see the total cart, the delivery charge, the tax, everything get calculated automatically. Okay, now we integrated the PayPal payment gateway. Okay, and I'm going to tell you a easiest way to integrate PayPal, and you will not find any video like that. Okay, so within a couple of lines we're gonna integrate the PayPal payment gateway. Now enter some information over here, and we'll add some email. We'll add a phone. I will skip the phone. We'll add the zip code. Okay, and the address as well. And if you see, as soon as I enter all the information, then only this button get enabled. If I click on this button, right, you will see that you can log in with the PayPal, or you can pay with the debit or credit card. Here you can fill all the details. Here you will see the amount, and here if you see the total amount, exactly everything is matching, right? Perfect. Now obviously I'm not going to add the card, but you can go ahead and try this out. Not only this one, but you have option over here to go to the profile, my order. You can even log out from the application. Now if I go to this my order, here you will see the previous order, okay, which I have already placed the order. And if you see the status when I create the order, the total amount of the order. But wait, if I click on this one, boom, you will see the all the order details, all the item which you added, along with the item, each of the item price, the quantity, and the total price of the item as well, and everything total of that particular order you will see over here. Okay, and as I told you, all this application we are going to build completely from the scratch, and we are going to build completely responsive. The Strapi CMS we are going to use to manage our all of our content. Here we gonna store all of our data, all the category we are gonna add, all the orders you will see over here. You will see how can we add the all the products, everything we gonna learn in this particular video. This video going to be interesting one, and if you really like this video, press like button, watch the complete video, and share this video with your friends. If you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. And without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop this beautiful application. So Next.Js is one of the best React framework for the web application. And if you go to this nextjs.org, this is the official website for the Next.Js. Next.js is very rich when it comes to routing, okay, because Next.js is taking care of a lot of things. You don't need to do manual configuration. So in order to create app, this is the command in order to create an Next.js application. So go to your project folder where you want to create a project, open the terminal at that folder, and then just type npx create next app at latest. At latest means it will create a latest version of the Next.js application. Click enter, and then it will ask you to proceed, say yes, and then you have to give the project name. So in this case I'm going to give grocery, or we can say online grocery store, online grocery store. Click enter. Now it will ask you, do you want to use TypeScript? So in this case we are going to use JavaScript, so I will say no to this one. The ESLint, say no. The would you like to use Tailwind CSS? So obviously we are going to use Tailwind CSS. So once you say yes, while creating this project, Next.js automatically install the Tailwind CSS for us. Then would you like to use a source directory? Say no. For app router we want it, so yes. And for allies as a star at the rate, say no. And now if you see here, it will installing the React DOM and Next.js as our dependency. This is our the default dependency, and some dev dependency for the Tailwind CSS. So if you see right now it's getting installed, we'll wait for a second. And now if you see, our project is get created. Okay, now close this window and then go to the VS Code, locate the folder. So I will open this folder, and then online grocery store. Let's open that one. Say yes, trust the author, and if you see on the left hand side we have this project and all the files and the folders. Okay, so on the left hand side we have this app folder where inside that we have global.css, which include all the css which is applied globally for our application. Then we have layout.js file, which is contains a metadata, and if you see we have defined the children inside the body. So whatever the page you are going to render, it will render to this through these childrens. Okay, then we have the page.js, which is our default page. Okay, when you open the URL, right, our default page will be this page.js file. After that we have this node module. Obviously we are not going to touch throughout this course. These are the dependency which we install. Okay, all these files inside this node modules. Then inside the public folder, whatever the image, font, assets we are going to keep inside this public folder. So once you define it, you can directly use it without giving a complete path. Okay, so once we start developing our application, you will get to know much better. Then we have this next.config.mjs file, which help us to configure related to the next application. Okay, obviously we are going to use a couple of times this one. Okay, and you will get to know how and why we need to configure the next inside this next.config.mjs file. Then we have this packet.json file, which contain the name of the application, the version, the script to run the application or to build the application, some of the dev dependency and the dependency which is default. Okay, and inside the package log.json, which help us to maintain the install dependencies specific version. Okay, so even though you are in different environment, so package log.json will help us to maintain this dependency versions throughout the different environment. Then we have this post css, which is related to the Tailwind CSS configuration, and if you see, these are the Tailwind CSS content where you can define the path where you want to apply the Tailwind CSS. Okay, so let's run this application first. So here, if you see, we have option called terminal. Click new terminal and it will open this terminal at the bottom. Just type npm run, or you can say dev, click install run, and if you see, it open our application on this particular URL with the port 3000. Okay, so open this one and boom, now it will take a couple of seconds to build it, and you will see the default page will look like this. Okay, now let me bring our code and this running application side by side. So as I say in the beginning, that page.js, which is our starting point and which is our default page. Okay, so whatever you code you see inside this page.js, that is what is rendering here. Okay, if I change this, for example, get started by TubeGuruji, and if I save this one, you will see the change immediately. See over here. Okay, so right now what I will do, I will just clean this out and I will just put the empty div tag. Okay, and here I'm gonna write some text, for example, subscribe to TubeGuruji. Okay, if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe, and you will see the text subscribe to TubeGuruji. Right now, these are the line is coming because inside the global.css, inside this root class, we define this particular background start and end color. Okay, now if I remove this one, you will see the change. Now our color is completely white. Okay, perfect. So right now the next thing we want to add is the shared CN UI. Okay, so shared CN is one of the popular library, okay, based on Tailwind CSS, and it has a lot of predefined component that we can use it while developing our application. Okay, so let me go through it. Okay, so if you see, these are some example. Okay, the dashboard or the card, I don't know why it's, oh yeah, let me refresh it. So you will see a different cards, you will see some playground. These are some example, but inside the component you will see a bunch of different components. For example, if I go to this button component, you will see the example and how to use it, how to install this particular component. Okay, so first thing, obviously we need to integrate this shared CN inside the Next.js. So let's go to this installation section. Here you have to select the framework. So in this case ours is Next.js. Click on that one, as we already created the project, so we'll skip this step. Now in order to install, you have to copy this particular line of command, okay, which is saying the install the StatCN, which initialize the StatCN. So open the new terminal and then paste it this command. Okay, now once you paste it, right, it will ask you, do you want to use which style? Okay, so StatCN provides a default and New York, there is not much difference, so I will select the default one. Now the base color, which base color do you want? So I will select the neutral, and it's saying, do you want to use CSS variable for the colors? So say yes, and then it will install dependency, and boom, it's ready. Now once you install this dependency, you will see there are two folders get added outside of this app folder. One is a components and another is a lib, okay, which stand for library. So inside the component right now, if you see, it's completely empty because we did not add any component, right? But inside the lib, it contains the utils package. Okay, obviously we are not going to touch anytime, but these are the components folder where once we install any components, it will get added here. Let's test it out. So if I want to install this button component, right, say go to the button, you will see the example how to use it. You can check the code, okay, and in order to install it, here is the command to install this button. So go here, go to your VS Code terminal and then paste it here like this. Okay, once it installed, you will see inside the component folder we have one new folder called UI, and inside that we have this button.jsx. Okay, now these are the default code which is already there. Okay, obviously if you want to customize it, you can do that, but right now we are not going to touch, as I say. And let's add a new button over here. So we'll say button. Okay, and if you see, as soon as I type, I am getting this suggestion. Okay, and obviously this button is getting imported from this component /UI/button, and import it and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see the button over here, see, but right now we did not give any text. So let's give some button name. So here we'll say subscribe and then save it, and if you see, the button text is showing on the screen. Now as I say, right, you don't need to add this padding, add this margin, change the color to background color to some other color, and like blah blah blah. Okay, as we use the StatCN UI component, it automatically add the button component for us. Okay, next important thing that I want to tell you, that right now, as soon as I added this button, right, the color is a neutral color, and obviously that's a black in the background, right? And if you want to change a primary color, okay, if I go to the tailwind.config.js, you will see a bunch of change. This extended colors CSS get added over here, okay, and this is added when you install the StatCN UI. Okay, so that's time all this line of code is get added. So here I'm going to change this primary color. Right now the primary color is kind of black, so here I will change this primary default color to something like greenish. So here I'm going to change this, okay, and this will be the primary color I'm going to keep. If I go back to our application, you will see the change immediately. Okay, so our button is kind of now green color. Okay, and every time when I create a default add a StatCN component, the default color will be like this, whatever we added here. Okay, and one last important thing I want to tell here, right now the font you see is the default font, and if you want to change the font for your application, let's go to this the layout.js file, where you have this constant inter font. Okay, this is nothing but a font, and if you see, it is importing from the next/font/google. Okay, now if you want to know how the font will look like and which font to select, you can go to this Google font. Okay, and whatever the font you like on this one, you can just select that font. Okay, take the name, for example, in this case I want to use this outfit font. Okay, and if you see, this is the outfit font that I want to use for our application. So what I'm going to do here, obviously you can put both the font, but I will remove this one, and if I type outfit, you will see the outfit font is getting the suggestion, and you can add that one. Now obviously here you can change it. I will change this name, doesn't matter, if you want to change you can. Okay, and here I will say the outfit. Okay, and then save it, and then immediately you will see the font style is changed, and it's not only for this one but it's changed for all the application. So cool, right? So at one line of change you can change your font for your application. And before moving to the next section, the last point I want to tell here that we have to add a two important extension which is very important while developing the any React application. So one is this ES7 plus React Redux snippet tool, I will say, and install this. This is very important, okay, and this will help us to auto add the template for us, okay. I will show you how to do it. And the another important one is to add this Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, which will give you the suggestion while you typing the Tailwind CSS classes, okay. Now let's add a header for our application. So in order to add a header, right, I'm gonna create a new folder inside this app folder, okay, but I'm gonna create a new folder with the name starting with the underscore, and then I'm gonna give the name called components. The reason is whenever you create a folder with the folder name, okay, and when this inside the Next.Js will consider as a new route, okay. Obviously you might be confused for now, but once we move forward in this particular course you will get to know much better, okay. But you, in order to avoid the routing, okay, you can start your folder name with the underscore components, okay. So over here, once you define that, inside this particular folder I'm gonna add a new file called header.jsx. Now this whatever the component we are going to use for the home screen or for this particular page, I will put it inside this particular folder. Now over here, in order to add a template, right, you have to write all this export function name, all of these things, right. But as I told you in the last chapter that you can use that VS Code extension, right. In order to add the template, just need to type RFCE, which is stand for React Functional Export Component. Just click enter and boom, your auto template for this particular component is ready, right. Now once you save this one, let's go to the page.js file, okay, where you can add it, but we will add it inside the layout.js because we want this particular header throughout the application, right. So just keep it here as a header, and if you see, it's importing from the /_ component, and then save it, okay. If I go back to our application, you will see, okay, let me refresh once, you will see the header over here, okay. Let me clean this out, this page.js. I will remove this code, we'll say just home, okay. Now let's go to the header. Let me close this one. And here first thing we need to add an image, okay, the logo of our application. So inside the public folder I already added this logo.png file, okay. If you want all of this asset, then the link of this particular source code is in the description, you can check it out. Now once you go here, in order to add an image, you can add image, and this image tag is importing from the next/image. For this image you have to give the source property and then the file name, so you can directly access using /logo.png, right. So obviously once you define like this, the Next.js will automatically go to this public folder. Then you can give the alt tag, we'll say logo, we'll give the width. So depends on your requirement, you can give the width. So here I will give the width of 170, maybe 150 pixel, sorry, and then I will give a height of 100, okay, and then save it. And if you see, the logo is showing on the screen, so beautiful, right. Perfect. Next thing, I want to show the category drop down, okay. So for that one, let's wrap this div, wrap this all this image and all in one div. Inside that one I'm gonna add a one div again, and here we'll say to tag maybe, and we'll say category like this, okay. See, obviously I want to add an icon as well, okay. So you can get this icon. If you see, once I type for example align layout, something like this, right, you will see this importing from the Lucid React. So Lucid React is a very rich icon library, okay. If I go to this lucid.dev, you will find this library. It is already installed in our project. When you install the SAT-CN, right, along with that, this lucid also get installed, and here you will see a bunch of different options, right? For example, if I type something like layout, and if I want this kind of layout called layout grid, right, you can just type in your application. For example, if I say layout grid, and if you see is importing from the lucid react, and then save it. Let's save and let's go back to our application, and you will see this icon over here. Okay, now let's bring this icon in one line. So we'll say class name, make it flex, and then we'll go gap of 2, something like this. See, if you want to change the icon height, you can just give height of 5, width of 5. See, okay, make this item to be in the center, so it will be in the one line. Perfect. Now let's give some style to this div only. Okay, so here we'll give a style. For example, let's say you want to give a border. Okay, then you can give the rounded to be full. Obviously you can add the padding of, maybe we can add a padding of 2, padding x to 10, something like this. Okay, and let's add some background color as well. So we'll add a background slate 200. Okay, and I want to bring in one line, okay, after grocery store. So for that one, even though if you remove this div, that's fine, because we already attach everything to this h2 tag only. And for this div, let me put everything in one line. Yeah, you can add a class name, and here we'll say flex. Okay, once you say flex, it will come in one line like this. Okay, then we'll make item to be in the center, and we'll give gap of, maybe let's give 8. See, like this. Okay, if I increase the size, this is how it looks. Okay, after that one, we need to add a search bar. Okay, so for that one, I will add a div, and for this div, let's add a input. Okay, sorry, first we will add the search icon. So just type search, you will see at the icon, and then we'll add an input tag. Let's add a simple input tag of type text. Oops. Then we'll say a placeholder called search, and done. Okay, let's bring everything in one line. So class name to be flex, gap of 3, and item to be in the center. We'll add a border, and rounded corner to be full. Obviously we'll add a padding of 2. See, okay, and our search bar is also ready. Let's give some margin x to 5. Okay, and if you see our beautiful search bar, if you see this outline, when I click on this one, is showing this outline. So let's remove that ugly outline. So we'll say, okay, that's outline for the input. So here I will add a class name. We'll say outline none. Okay, and if you see, now we don't have outline. Now here is one important thing. Whenever the screen size is smaller, I want to hide this category and the search bar. Okay, or we can keep this category obviously, but let's hide this search bar. Okay, so it's very easy. For this div, you can just say hidden. Okay, if you're hidden, it will go away. Okay, but when the screen size is medium, you can just mark it as a flex. See, it's already there, right? Just mark it as a flex. So flex is applicable only when the screen size is medium. If I save this one, and if I increase the size, you will see the search bar. Okay, now obviously all of this content is touching to our side browser. Okay, so let's give some padding. So for this particular div, add a class name. We'll give a padding of, maybe let's say 5, and let's see how it looks. Yeah, and let's go shadow of medium, and you will see the beautiful shadow. And this is how our header is about to read, about not completely ready, but about. Okay, and now on the right hand side, I'm gonna give a button, one for the login and sign up, and another icon for the cart items. Okay, so let's go here, and after this div, because we have this div right after this div, I'm gonna add a div, and here I'm gonna add a button. Okay, and if you see this button, I'm adding from this component, and we'll say login. Okay, if you see this button is came down, and before that one I'm gonna add a cart. I don't know, it's called shopping cart, I think. Okay, see, shopping bag we can add. Okay, and then here we'll say a text called h2 and say 0, and shopping bag I will add inside this h2. That will be good actually, like this. Okay, just for this one, let's make flex gap of 2. It's the item to be in the center. Okay, and if you think, you can change the font to large. Perfect. Now bring everything in one line. Okay, so it will come on the right hand side, but before that, let's bring these 2 items on one line. So we'll say for this div as a flex gap of 5, like this. Okay, make sure to its vertical to be center, so item to be in the center. And now for this div, let's make it as a flex. Okay, and if I increase the size, so right now this is how it looks. Obviously we want these 2 items on the right hand side, so you can just mark here as a justify between, like this, and save it, and boom, this is how it looks. Correct? So cool, right? Now if you think this border line or a shadow is too much, you can change to maybe small, and when you change this to small, this is how it will look like. And if you see on the smaller screen, it's showing the category, the login, and it will hide the search bar. Okay, now if you think, let me go to the inspect panel. Okay, and if I go to this mobile view, right, you will see this mobile view look like this. Let me refresh once. Okay, so ugly, right? So in that case, you can remove this category item as well. Okay, so what we can do, let me close this one. You can hide the category item as well. So here, when the screen size is medium, we'll show it as a flex, otherwise we'll hide it. Okay, perfect. So this is how beautifully we added this search bar, but there are a couple of things we need to add. First thing, obviously, once we add the authentication, right, and once user login, we will show the user profile icon to this header, and on the click of this category, we want to show a drop down. So for that one, let's go to the chat CN, and here search for the drop down menu, I think. Yeah, and this is how we want, right? So this drop down menu we want to use. So first thing, let's copy this command to install this component, and inside the terminal, let's go to the terminal and paste it here, so it will get installed. And this is very easy to use it. Okay, let me show you now. First thing you need to do to import this component, so copy this, paste it here. Okay, and then this is a simple example that how to use this drop down menu. Okay, so if you carefully see here, right, this is the trigger point. When we say trigger, then when this click of this button or open, click on this open, right, this content will display on the screen. So let me show you how. So copy this drop down menu, and then obviously we want on the click of this cat h2 tag, which is our category. Okay, so let me put this below this h2. Yeah, over here. Oh, this is search, right? Let me see, I'm confused where we added this. So okay, over here, so we'll paste it here. Okay, let me bring in everything in one line. Let's save it, and you might see a text called open. See, if I click on this, see how beautifully we got this drop down, but we want to show this drop down on the click of this category and not open. Okay, so what you need to do, you just need to copy this h2 tag and then paste it inside this open. Okay, now if I save this one, you will increase the size, you will see this category, and if I click on this one, see, you got this drop down menu. So cool, right? Perfect. Now obviously we don't have the category list yet. Obviously we will get it from the backend, but let me here we'll change the text called browse category. You can remove it if you want, and here will be our category name will be displayed. Okay, once we have the category from the backend. But for now, I hope you understand one more important thing inside this drop down trigger component. As we added this h2 tag here, you have to mark it as a child. Okay, So otherwise you will get a warning message or error message inside the console. Now if I refresh this one, if I click on this category, you will see, okay, just make sure to change this pointer to be cursor pointer, so that's a little bit easy. So like this, okay, perfect. And you have option to select this item as well. Now in the next section, what we are going to do, we are going to set up a Strapi CMS as our backend, okay, so that we can add a categories, and then with the help of REST API, we'll fetch it and then we will display it inside our dropdown. For our application backend, we are gonna use Strapi CMS. Strapi CMS is one of the best CMS in the market right now, and which help us to manage our content, okay, and also it will generate the REST API and GraphQL query as well. So you don't need to do anything, okay. So with the help of Strapi, all of our content we will manage it, okay. Also for authentication also we're gonna add Strapi, and there are a lot of different features where you can do it. Even though you can connect this Strapi to any storage service like AWS, Cloud Native, to store our images and all. So everything we're gonna learn in this particular course. So first thing you need to do is go to this strapi.io, and here you will find official website where this is the command to create a Strapi application. Also inside the product we will find a lot of different things, that their documentation is quite rich, okay. And as I say, the Strapi is the best CMS currently in the market. So what we need to do, let's copy this command, go to your terminal, so where you want to create a project. So inside this particular folder I will open the terminal at that particular folder, and then just paste it the command, okay. So if you see this is the command called npx create Strapi app at the latest means it will install the latest version. Just I'm going to change the name of the project to, let's say, grocery admin, and click enter. Now you want to proceed, say yes, and then it will install the dependency. Before that it will ask you for the installation type, whether do you want a quick install or a custom install. When we say the quick install, so it will use the SQLite as your database, and you don't need to do any configuration for that one, okay. But in this case I'm going to use a manual settings or a custom installation type, because I want to use a PostgreSQL as my database. If I select the custom, it again give you the choice of selecting the language. I will keep the JavaScript, but here you see the type, which is the SQLite, Postgres, and the MySQL. So you can select any of them. If you want to know how to use set up MySQL, I have already some previous video where you can use the MySQL with the Hostinger, but it's a paid, means you need to buy a Hostinger services, right? If you want to use a free service, I will definitely suggest go with the Postgres, okay. And if you see, once you select the Postgres, you have to add the database name, the password, and a lot of things, right? So this thing you will get it from some Postgres service provider, okay. So for that one we are going to use Render, because Render is free to use, okay, and they also provide a Postgres SQL, and for the Strapi deployment as well we can use the Render, okay. So if you don't have an account on a Render, okay, so create an account, and let's go to the dashboard. Over here if you see, I already have some services is running right now. But if you click on this new button, here you will see different services. Here you have option called Postgres SQL. Click on this one, and then you can give name. So here I'm gonna say grocery store, okay. We'll see online grocery store, like this. And then you can add the database name. I'm gonna say grocery store. The user you can add, okay, or if you did not specify, they will generate randomly, okay. I will keep the database name and the username as the same. Then you can see the version, you can select the nearest location which is nearby you. Then you can have this API key, I don't know, okay, don't need to add. And here you will select the free service as a hobby project, okay. So obviously, as I say, you can also pay if you want more, but if you are developing and if you're doing a small business, then I will definitely suggest this free service. Then just click that database, but if you see it's got error that is saying this name dash will not work. Let's try to add underscore and let's see. Yeah, so let's say create database. So it's saying minimize database downtime with the high availability. Okay, so here let's go to setting. Here we will say high availability as enable. I don't know standby. Okay, let's see, let's do a different thing. So right now if you see the status is creating. Okay, so we have to wait for that one, and also the store is getting ready. Our PostgreSQL is getting set. Okay, but in meantime what we can do, we can add this database name. So let's go back to our terminal. Here we can add the database name, then the host name. So if you see, this is the host name, okay, which you need to add. But if I go to here and over here as well, this is the host name. It's little bit confusing. So for the host name, right, this is the host name, but this is only used for the internal use. Okay, obviously we cannot use that one. But if you go to this external database URL, here you will find this particular host name, okay, which is the dpg and all of this until this point. Okay, so copy this one. So you have to copy after the @ and then let's go back to our terminal again and paste it here. Okay, after that you have to provide the port number. Okay, so let's go here, and if you see, this is the port number called 5432. So paste it here like this. Then you have to provide the username, which is already there. Okay, so if I see this is the username. After that the next thing, okay, let me go enter, and then we have to provide the password. Okay, so per password for this one, right, if you see this is the password, you can view it and just copy this one and then paste it. Okay, and what else, let's enter it. See, it's saying enable SSL connection. I think we say no, because most of the time you don't need to, but let's say no for now. And then it will create a database for us. Okay, it will check everything and then it will run out. So we'll wait for this one. In meantime, if you see, our database is ready, the status is showing as available. Right now you have 1 GB of storage, which is a lot. Okay, and everything is ready to use it. So I don't know, it's ready or it's still installing, so we'll wait. I will pause the video. And if you see, our code is ready now. Okay, so our project is ready now. You can go to this project by opening VS Code. So what I will do, I will open a new window from VS Code, and here I'm gonna click open a folder. Over here just locate the project where you created, and here this is admin panel, and we'll open this one. Okay, let's open it, and over here you will see the bunch of things. So inside the database we don't have anything, but inside the config we'll see database.js. So obviously we are not using MySQL, but if I go to the PostgreSQL, right, this is the configuration is here, and inside the .env file you will see the whatever the variable name we added, it will display it over here. Okay, if you think something is not right, you can change anytime from here. Okay, so easy. And in order to run the Strapi in the development mode, you have to run this command called npm run develop. So let's go here and just type npm run develop. Okay, so it will run in development mode, so we'll wait. So here we got one error, okay, while running this one. So it's saying there seem to be an expected error, and this is a error. So it's saying that SSL TLS is required because we make it as a false. So just for this database SSL, make it true, save it, and then rerun it again. Okay, so I will just stop it and I will just clean this first, and then I will run this npm develop command, and boom, if you see, our project is running on the port localhost 1337/admin. Okay, if I go to this particular link, first, obviously first time you are opening, you have to register yourself. Okay, so let's register yourself. So I will put some information. and I will push some password as well, and then let's click on let's start. Okay, once you are registered, right, you will automatically log into our dashboard, and boom, on the left hand side we have this Strapi dashboard with the some many options. Here obviously this is the welcome board. Okay, so you, if you are new and you want to take a tour, you can take this tour as well. Okay, but obviously one by one we will learn through. Okay, not everything at a time. So main thing, if you see, if I go to this content type builder right now, this is the default content called user. Okay, it has some information, but if you want to create a new collection type, okay, when we say collection, just consider it as a new table inside the database. Okay, so let's create a new collection type, and here we will say a category, and it automatically create an API ID for us and plural for us. In advanced setting, you have some option here. Okay, right now just click continue, and here you can add an option. For example, let's add a text, and for this text, let's if you want to add a name of the category, right, so you can write name. You can add another option. For example, if you want to add an icon, okay, so let's go to the icon. For that one, obviously you want to upload the image, so I will select the media, and here I will simply say icon. Okay, and what else you want to add, you can add it here. So for example, I don't know whether do we have the slug name here. I don't see. And for the color purpose, because if you want to add a background color, I will just add a simple text and we'll say color. Okay, and let's say finish, and if you see, these three item get added inside our category collection. Now this item, we can call it as a new column inside our table. Now if you click on the save, let's say save, right, now what it will do, it will actually create a database with all these three new column, and obviously it will restart our Strapi application, so we'll wait. And if you see, the new category get added. Now if I go to this content manager, you will see the new collection type of category, and here from this particular content manager section, you can add a new entry. Let's say you want to add a fruits as a category, right, and here obviously you can add an icon, you can add a color, and once you click save, it will save that particular category. And if you see here, let's go back. Okay, right now you will see that category get added, but the status is a draft mode. Okay, obviously once you save it, okay, you have to make sure that you will publish it. Once you publish it, then only it is live or available in our API. Okay, so now this record is published and live. Now the question is how to access this particular API, this data from the API, right? So for that one, let's go to these settings, and inside the setting you will see the option called roles. Okay, so inside this role option, you have one is authenticated and one is public. When for the authenticated, it means that API request need authentication for the user. Okay, that we want to see in this course. But obviously category, or to fetch the category display on the home screen, right, you don't need authentication. So let's go to the public, and over here if I scroll down, you will see the permissions tab where we have this category section. Okay, because that's what we newly created. Now you can have option to create a category, find, and everything, right? Obviously we will just add this option called find and find one. That's the only permission we can give to the user. Okay, and here you will see this is the endpoint of the categories. Okay, now you can simply if I go to this localhost 1337, okay, /API, and you can just use this /category. For example, if you want to find all, right, so this is the API endpoint. I will just paste it here, click enter, and boom, right now if you see, we did not save it, so make sure to save it. So that's the reason we got this 403 error. Let's save it, and now it's saved. Let's go here and refresh it, and boom, if you see, we got a data with the ID and the attributes which contain the name of our category, color obviously we don't have, and everything. Okay, obviously we did not added any media or icon or image. So this is the media library where you can create a folder, or you can add an image in specific folder as well, or you can add a new assets from here. Okay, so if I browse any assets, let's take on one example. Okay, so I will upload this image. Okay, select this image and let's say upload, and you will see that image get uploaded. If I click edit, and you will see this link. Okay, if I paste this link over here, you will see the image. But if you observe, the link is start with 1337 and upload, because it's stored locally along with the this particular Strapi backend. Okay, now in order to connect your media with some other service provider or storage provider like Cloudinary or AWS, okay, so you can, that also you can connect. Okay, so if I go to this marketplace and just search for the option like Cloudinary, okay, which is very easy and free. Okay, and let's go to these providers, and here you will see this Cloudinary. Okay, there are some couple of steps that you need to follow, and then you can ready to use. If you really want to know how to connect the Cloudinary, I will definitely suggest go to my this particular video called Full Stack Appointment Booking App, where I use the Strapi, and there I explain how to connect Strapi with the Cloudinary backend. Okay, now let's go back to our application, and in meantime, okay, I'm gonna add some more category inside our category collection. Okay, along with the icon and color, so that we can fetch that in our application. So guys, I'm using this eraser.io application for my documentation purpose, and I also make a clone of this eraser.io application. The link is in the description. You can go ahead and watch it. This kind of application you are already built it. Okay, but this eraser.io application is quite helpful when I want to explain something, okay, and everything. So if I go to this existing document which I already have, so over here you will see this diagram right over here. Let me explain how the Strapi and our application is going to connect with each other. So consider this is our application, right? And whenever we want some data to fetch, right, we will make a request, okay, to the Strapi CMS. Then the Strapi CMS will get the data from the database. Okay, so obviously right now we are using Postgres SQL, and from that one he will get the data. Once the data is returned back to the Strapi CMS, we'll get the response over here, okay, to the application. Same thing we're gonna follow in while doing or integrating the Strapi CMS. So right now inside the category, as I say in the last chapter, that I added some of the category over here. Okay, and along with that I also added some icon as well. Okay, now if you really want to know where I got this icon, so definitely go to this flaticon.com, and over here you will find a bunch of different icon for free. Okay, so you can use whatever the icon you want. Let's go back to our application, and as I say, inside the setting, inside the roles, okay, and over here, okay, let me refresh the screen. We have this authenticated and public, as the category API should be public. So go to the public and make sure that you selected this find one, and then save it. Okay, so this is the API endpoint as I mentioned earlier. Okay, and one more important thing before moving forward, right now as I let's go here and say categories. Okay, if you see, we got the name. Okay, obviously color we did not add it, but who created and everything. But okay, but here is the missing thing is icon. The icon is not here. Okay, so the question is how to get this icon, right? So for that one, you have to write question mark populate is equal to star, and once you populate is equal to star, so whatever the item or whatever the field, the called nested field, is there inside your collection, it will display. So in this case, if you see, we have this icon, and inside the icon we have this attributes, and inside that we have the different format, thumbnail, and from the URL you will get the URL. Okay, so this is very important. Obviously all of these you will find on the Strapi documentation. If I go to the docs, right, and here you will find everything about the documentation. For example, let's search for the API, right, and if you see, we have the documentation for the API, REST API. So if you see, this is the particular field called populate, and they also give the example how gonna it works and all. Okay, see. Okay, so obviously whenever you stuck somewhere, you always refer the Strapi documentation. So let's go back to our application, and first thing we need to do is to install the HTTP client called Axios. So we'll just say npm I or means install Axios. Okay, if you don't know about the Axios, so Axios is the HTTP client, okay, which help us to get the data from any API endpoint, and it's very easy to use. Okay, so that's the reason we are using this Axios. So let's go back again, and once it install, okay, over here inside the app folder, I'm going to create a new folder, and we can call it as underscore utils. Inside that one, I'm going to create a new file called global api.jsx. Inside this global api.jsx, first thing we need to create a Axios client. So we'll define a constant Axios client is equal to Axios, and if you see, this Axios is importing from the Axios dot create, and inside that you have to provide the base URL. So in this case, the base URL is nothing but our API endpoint URL. Okay, so this is the localhost 1337/API. Okay, like this. And once you define this Axios client, now you can create an endpoint called constant get category is equal to Axios client, or you can write like this, Axios client dot get, and then over here you have to provide the API endpoint. So in this case is categories. Okay, but obviously we defined the API /API already inside our base URL, so we'll just define this /category. Okay, and then let's export this one. So let's say export default get category, and that's all. So now once you export this one, so that it's available to use it throughout the application. Okay, now let's go to the header where we want to show this category, and inside the header we need to define one method called constant get category list, and over here we'll say global API dot get category. Okay, and obviously this is a promise, so we have to make dot then response, and we'll just console the response. Okay, now as we define the get category list, we need to call this method, right? So for that one, we are going to use effect as a React hook. So the use effect is a hook will execute for every instance, right? So obviously if I did not define this empty array, then it will execute infinite time. Okay, but if I define this empty array, then it's only execute once this component get load. Okay, now over here I will say console.log, and we'll just, oh sorry, not console or log, my bad, we have to call this method get category list. So over here we'll just say get category list. So what will happen when this component get load, this use effect will go load only once or execute only once, and then our get category list will get called. Okay, now here I will say category list response, and we'll just response it. Okay, here I'm gonna, and let's see the result. So let's go to your application. Let me refresh once. So right now we got error that use effect. We use this use effect on the server side. Obviously we have to make this particular component as a client. So we have to tell Next.Js that okay, this component is on client side. So that's the reason we have to define at the top as a use client. And once you define, if you see the error is gone, let's go to the inspect panel. Inside the console you will see the result, and boom, inside the object we have the data, and inside data we get again we have the list of object, right? So what we can do, we can access our actual data or actual list of category using the response.data.data. And now if I refresh this one, now you'll see we got this response.data, and all this category list we got it here. Okay, but one more important thing, if you see, right, as I say that use effect will execute only once, right? But here use effect execute 2 times. Okay, the reason is there is a one configuration we have to make it, okay, which is called a restrict mode. So let's go here and go to this next.config.mjs file. Okay, so inside the next.config, here we have to just write react strict mode. Okay, so if you see this one, nothing but the Next.js runtime strict mode complaint, and here you have to make it as a false. Okay, and now if I go here, let's clean out, let's refresh it. Obviously you updated the next configuration file, it takes time to load the application. But if you see now, the inside the result you got only once. Now obviously that API only call once. Okay, and now we have the proper data. Perfect. Now what you need to do, okay, let me minimize this one. Inside the header we will define one state to store this data. So constant category list comma set category list is equal to use state. Okay, this is an empty array obviously, and then over here we'll use set category list dot response dot data. So what will happen with the help of this set category list, we'll set the value, and now inside this category list we have this data. Okay, so this is a actual state. Now let me, if I remove this console, let's save this one, and obviously we need to iterate that value inside this drop down menu content. Okay, so over here we'll just say category list dot map, here we'll say category comma index, and then is arrow function. Okay, and inside that I will just define this category, and obviously we don't want this one, so I will delete it. And inside the profile we need to show the category name. Okay, so here we'll say h2 tag maybe, and inside that we'll say category dot name. Okay, but wait, it's not simple as that, because if you see the response, right, inside the response we have the property called field name called attributes, and inside the attributes we have the name of the category, right? So in order to access that we have to category dot attributes dot name. Okay, now you will get the name. Let's save everything and let's go back and test this out. So if I click category, and boom, you will see the list of category, whatever the category you added inside your Strapi CMS. Okay, now obviously I'm gonna add much more thing into that one, so let's add an image as well. So we'll say image, then source, and inside that one you have to add category dot attributes. And just to show you that in order to add the icon, obviously we are adding icon, right? So let me go back, and over here inside the attributes, if you see we don't have that icon, because inside the API which we define over here we have to add a populate is equal to star. Okay, and then only, okay, let me comment this out, then only we'll get the list of all icons. So if I go here, okay, let's ignore this error for now. Okay, so if I go, I don't know why we did not get the error. Let's go to the network tab. Okay, we have this result. Oh, we did not console it, but that's fine. That is not showing. But if you see in the preview, right, this is API endpoint. Now inside the attribute we have the icon, inside the icon we have data, again attributes, and then we have the URL. See, okay, so just to show you that where this the actual URL we want to use. So over here I will say attributes dot icon dot data dot attributes dot URL. Okay, and you can just to make the question mark at an optional, means if the data is not there it will not throw an error. Now once you define this one, let's define alt tag as an icon width. You can give, for example, 23, height I will give 23, and let's save this one. Let's go back to the category, and if you see this category is broken right now. Okay, the reason is the icon is just returning the path. Okay, and if I go here, if you see it just returning this particular value and not a complete URL. Okay, And if I click on this one, this is the URL we want. Obviously we need to attach this localhost 1337, right? So I will copy this base URL. Let's go create a new file in over here, and we can call it as a .env.local. Inside here I will say next_public underscore base backend. I will say backend base URL, backend base URL. Okay, and then I will paste this URL. Okay, let's say like this only. Now why the next public? Okay, because if you want to use any environment or variable, right, you on the client side, then you have to provide this next_public. Okay, and then the name of underscore name of your variable. Let's save this one, and I will just copy this one, and inside the header, right over here, we'll just add process.env dot this particular URL plus the remaining URL or path of your icon, right? Let's save this one, go back to our application. Let me refresh it, and wow, we got another error, right? So it's saying that host name localhost is not configured under the image in your next.config.js. So here is thing, whenever you are using a third party images or any assets, okay, then that your domain name need to be configured under the next.config.js. that is for the security purpose. So let's go here, and inside the next.config.js file, okay, over here you have to define images. Inside these images you have to define domains, and inside the domain you have to define which domain you want to allow. So in this case, if I go here, you can just copy this host name as a localhost, and I will just put it here and then save it. Obviously we change the file, so if you see here, it will say that you change the file and it will restart your application. Let's refresh it now, and now it's loaded. If I refresh once, if I go to category, now it's still not showing it. Okay, let me check why. So go to the inspect panel, go to the console. So here if you see where the images or icons are broken, so what you can do, okay, let's go back, and here you have to mention unoptimized as a true. The reason is we are using the localhost image. Okay, obviously once you deploy it, you have to change this one, and even though if you did not use the unoptimized, it's gonna work. So let's go back here and let's test this out, and boom, if you see how beautifully this icon is showing on the screen. Okay, now just let me increase this size to 25, and over here I'm gonna add a class name, and for this one I'm gonna add a flex. We'll do a gap of 2, align item to be in the not item to be in the center, and let's save it, and let's test this out, and I think that's look much better, right? If you think that you want to increase the size, you can just change this one, image size. And one more important thing here, I'm gonna add a cursor pointer. Okay, so whenever I hover on this one, you will see the cursor. Okay, and I think everything's look good to me. So if you think that you want to increase the text size, you can go ahead and let's add a class name text to be large, and once define the large, that's good. And if you think that to increase the size, let's add a 30, and yeah, now it's much better, right? Only thing that I want to give more gap. Yeah, okay. So guys, I hope you understand how beautifully we implemented this category drop down, and we fetched the category from the database, or it means the Strapi CMS, with the help of their REST API, and we display it on the screen. If you have any question until this point, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to add a slider. If you see on the screen, for the home screen we are gonna already add the header, but after that one we are going to add slider, category list, the popular products, and the footer. Okay, so if you see, this is how our application will look like. This is the header that we already added. Then obviously we will show a full width slider, and after that we're gonna show the category and so on. Okay, So for that one, inside this Strapi dashboard, I added a new collection type called slider. Inside that, I added the name, image, and enumeration. So it's kind of drop down. Okay, it's you can select any one of the value from the drop down, and for that one, I already gave a true value, which is home and banner. Okay, right now I'm not going to use, but later on if you need it, we can use it. And for the slider collection type, I added these three default value, not default, but we added these three images along with the name. So you have to make sure whenever you want to use this particular API, okay, inside the public, you have to mark this slider as a select all, or you can just say find. Okay, because we only want to fetch the data, and we will not allow user to delete or anything. Right now, once you save this one, as you know that we have the sliders as a API endpoint for this one. Okay, so if I go to this find, you will see this one. Now copy this. Let's go back to our application. Let me close all of this window, and inside the global API, so let me go to this utils global API. Right here, we're gonna add this constant get sliders and Axios client dot get slash, oh, we already have the API, so we just need a slash sliders, and we want to fetch images and all the data. So I will write populate is equal to star. Okay, but here is thing, right? We're gonna use the server side rendering, so I will also return the data. So as this is a promise, I will just return the response dot data dot data. Okay, so we can directly use from here. Okay, you don't need to again make a promise at your page.js file. So once you made this one, now inside the page, right, we just have the text here. Obviously we're gonna add a slider over here. Okay, so for that one, let's create a new component inside this component folder, and we can call it as a sliders, or just like slider.js. Add the default template, save this one, and let's import this template and save it. Okay, now if I go back to our application, let me refresh once, and you will see the text called slider. Okay, but the problem is here, as this is a server side rendering. Okay, we have to make this particular function as a async. Okay, so that we can say constant slider list is equal to await global API, okay, dot get sliders, and that's all. You don't need to do anything, because this get slider global API dot get slider will already make the promise, and it will return the data through this get slider. Okay, and then inside the slider list, we will get the slider list data. Now this slider list data we need to pass to this slider, so we'll say slider list and slider list. Now here is thing, right? If you remember, inside the header we call this API and we store in a one use state. Okay, and to call this method we use effect. Okay, and for that one, obviously we mark this as this particular component as a use client, because we are telling that okay, use this particular component on the client side, correct? But just for the information purpose or for learning purpose, I make this component, I keep this component on the server side. Okay, that's the reason I did not mark this component as a use client, and directly we call this method and we store in the data, and which data we are passing to this slider. Now make sure to get that data, so we'll say slider list, and here we need to render that one. Okay, for the rendering purpose we need a slider. Okay, so right now we got one error that slider await. Okay, let me refresh once, so let's check. So this error is came because you are trying to access the localhost from the server side, and which is not acceptable. So here, if you see, this is our base URL, right? Here you have to just replace it with your IPv4 address, okay, which you can get it from the command, and then save it. Now once you add that one, let's refresh it, and if you see, the error is gone. Okay, next we need to add the slider, right? And for that one, we'll go to the shared CN UI. For this shared CN UI component, you will have one component called carousel, okay, which help us to give the slider kind of effect like this. See, and it's very easy to integrate. First thing, you need to install or import this particular component. So let's go ahead and install it. So inside a new, I will paste it here. And then once in install, you just need to import this statement. So inside the slider component, I will add this import statement, and then we'll just add this carousel. Okay, so if I add it here like this, okay, and save it, and let's go back to our application to see it. And if you see, these are the three dot is coming up, right? Obviously it's just a three dots, nothing is displaying on the screen. Now what we are going to do, I will remove this two, and here we'll just iterate the slider list dot map. We'll say slider comma index and the arrow function. Okay, and in that we'll add this carousel item like this. Okay, we'll give in key as index, and inside this carousel item I will define the image, because we want to show the slider which is the image. So here we'll add a source, and to get the slider information, the slider image which is inside the slider dot attributes dot image dot data dot attributes dot url like this. Okay, make it optional, means once you add this question mark, so it will be kind of optional and you will not get any error. And we'll give width, let's give a width of 1000 for now. Height I will give 400. Alt tag will say slider, and we'll add a class name. Here we'll say width full. Let's save this one. Let's see if I refresh this one. Right now it's, if you see, it's broken because we did not define the base URL. So we have to access using process.env dot, and let me go to this env file. So this is our base URL, so we'll just add it here and plus sign. Let's save it. And right now we got one error that failed to parse undefined, so it's getting undefined, right? 1337. So it look like this particular thing is not working correctly. So it has attributes dot image dot data dot attributes dot url. It looks correct to me. So inside the global API we by mistakenly put this populate so it's supposed to be populate. Okay, and now I don't know whether this will work or not. Still, wow, still not working. So after this particular issue, right, that's because, as I say earlier, we need to change this localhost base URL with the actual URL. So let's get it from this global API, which I copied there, right? So this particular domain we need to add, okay, instead of localhost, because we are using at the server side. So I will just paste it here like this. Let's save it, and boom, if you see, we got the image. Okay, now obviously for this particular image we're gonna give some styling. So for this with full, here I'm gonna add a height of 400, or let's say 350 pixel. Let's say 400 pixel. Save it, and let's see it now. I think that's good. Here I'm gonna add object cover. Okay, and rounded I will make 2 XL. Let's save this one. Perfect. Okay, also inside the page.js file I'm gonna give a padding. So for this one I'm gonna give a padding of 10, and this is how it looks. Okay, we'll give a padding on the x-axis, so this button will get visible. So let's go here and we'll get padding x to maybe 60. Okay, and see, now you can move this one, see, and our slider is ready. Okay, it has a beautiful corner and everything looks perfect. Now obviously on the smaller screen, right, this is how it looks. So what you can do, let's go to the slider, and this height we will add when the screen size is medium. For a smaller screen we'll just pick we set the height 200 pixels, see. Okay, but as soon as I increase the size, it will increase it, see. Okay, looks good. Also, if you think the padding is little more on the smaller screen, you can just change it here. So this particular padding we can give for the 10, and for the small screen we'll set the padding of 5. Okay, like this, see. and on the bigger screen it will look like this. So guys, that's all for this particular slider section. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to add a category list. We already added the slider and the category list will show in the form of grid. So we already know that we already have these sliders, okay, oh sorry, the get category list. But as we use this endpoint for the client side, okay, so what I will do, I will paste it a new one and I will just rename this to get category list, and here only I'm gonna make the promise similar like for the get slider, right, and it will return the result. So response.data like this, okay, and then we have to make sure to export this one and save it. Okay, let me close all of this tab now, and then here inside the component we'll create a new folder and we'll call category list.jsx. Add the default template, save this one, and inside the page where we want to show the category list after the slider, right, here we'll just say category list, and then I will add this component called category list and save it. Now if I go back to our application and let me refresh once, and here you will see the category list. Okay, now to implement it, right, first thing we need to do is to fetch the category list data. So we'll say category list is equal to await global API dot get category list. Okay, so obviously in this get category list we already making the promise, and then it will return the required data. Now this get category list we will send it to the category list component. Okay, so here we'll just accept it here like this, and then save this one and this one. Now inside the category list we will iterate that category list. So first thing I'm gonna add the h2 tag, and here we'll say shop by category. Okay, we'll go style, oh sorry, class name, and inside that we'll set text to be primary color, font bold. Okay, let's see how it looks. See, we can increase the size, or I want green little darker, so let's say 600, and then we'll increase the text size. Maybe we can set a large, or let's make it bigger, we'll do XL. Oops, yeah, and that's good. Now obviously we'll give margin, so we'll say margin top to 5. Okay, now as I say we need to iterate this category list, so we'll add a one div, and inside that we'll add a category list dot map in order to iterate it. Then each category will fetch it and the index, so index value will hold 0 1 2, and then the arrow function like this. Okay, and inside the div first thing we need to show the image or icon, then we'll add a source here, and inside source obviously we need to show the icon, so we will get it from category dot attributes dot icon dot attributes dot, oh sorry, here it need to be a dot data dot attributes dot url. Okay, now if you think that this is very long and every time you need to write, you can map the value, okay, to specific format. And before that one obviously we need to add process dot environment and our environment key. Every time I forgot, but yeah, I will copy from here, paste it here, and plus. Okay, after this one we need to add a width. We'll add a width of 50, height of 50, alt tag I will give icon, and then let's save it. Now if I go back, and you will see the list of icons is displaying on the screen. Perfect. Let me bring this side by side, so maybe this will help you to get to know much better. Now after that I'm gonna add a category name, so here category dot attributes dot name. Okay, and then you'll get the name. See, okay, now obviously we need to show in the grid format, so for this particular div I'm gonna add a class name, we'll say a grid. Now for this one, when the screen size is smaller, I'm gonna show the grid of column 3. Okay, and see the effect. Say, okay, when the screen size is smaller, we'll add a grid column of 4, When it's medium, grid column of 5, or maybe we can add 6. And when it's large, we'll say grid, let's say for large, we'll say a grid column of maybe 8, or let's say 7. Okay, if I save this one, obviously it's a smaller, so it will look like this, but if I increase the screen size, you will see the 7 columns is get created. Okay, now let's bring everything in one line. So for this class name, we'll say flex column item to be in the center. After that one, I'm gonna add a background color of green of 50. Okay, if you see it beautifully added. Here also I'm gonna give a gap of 2, and for this in between these two items, right, two column, we'll say gap of maybe, let's say 5, something like this. Perfect. Now for this div, we'll add a padding of maybe, let's add a 2, let's see how it looks, maybe add a 4. Okay, let's add a 3 only, and then we'll make a rounded corner to be large. Okay, here I'm just giving margin top to 2 because it's not touch, then it will not touch to this one. Okay, now if I increase the screen size, this is how beautifully it looks, see. Okay, now let's add some animation effect. So for this div, okay, before that, okay, I want to add a class name. We'll make this text green, and I want a green darker, maybe 800, something like this. See, now on hover, okay, we want to change this effect, but first thing we'll do, we'll add it as a group. Okay, and then for this image, we'll add a class name. We'll say on hover, we want to scale the image by maybe, let's say 125. Okay, for smooth animation, we'll add on transition all, and animation effect is in out. And if I hover on this one, see, so cool, right? And it's very smooth, correct? Also we'll make this cursor pointer. Now see, okay, now the thing is, if I hover on this fruit or milk, it's not working, right? So what you can do, as we mentioned this as a group, so obviously this all the tags which define inside this div tag, it considered as a group, and here you can just say group hover. Okay, when you hover on any of the groups or any of the item in the group, that change will affect to this group hover effect. See, now if I go here, see, okay, if I increase size, and this is how beautifully it looks. So cool, right? So this is how you can add. Now if you think that, okay, let's change the background on hover, right, you can do that. So here simply I will say on hover, we'll change the background green to just 100, for example, and if you see, cool, right? So on hover, you will also see that particular change. Let me change little darker, let's see how it looks. See, this is how it looks. I think 200 is fine. So guys, that's all for this particular section, that how beautifully we fetch on the server side about this all the category list. Okay, and with the Strapi backend, you will very easy to implement this functionality, because Strapi, once you create a collection and everything, it automatically generates the REST API for you. Okay, and that's how the Strapi is very helpful when you are trying to build. Now next thing is quite interesting, is to show the products, or you can say popular products, okay, on the screen. Okay, so that's what we are going to see next. Now it's time to implement the popular product section, okay, where we're gonna show the popular products on the home screen itself. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and over here let me open this application as well. Okay, and obviously after this shop by category, we're gonna show the list of products. So for that one, I already added the collection type called products, and inside that I added the name, description, MRP means the actual price of price of the item, and selling price. If the user want to give some discount, right, he can add the selling price over here. Okay, and then item quantity type, in which type the item will be we are going to sell, The slug is important when you are navigating it, okay, and to refer it for SEO purpose as well. So for that one I added the UID. Right now it's not that much mandatory, it's up to you. Then we have the images, okay. So here I added the multiple images. You can add a single image, it's up to you. And then last is category. So category is type of reference, and then you just connect this type. I connected with the menu to many to the products, okay. Let me show you the one example. So inside the content manager under the products, I added some few products. So let's open the particular product. For example, let's open the product. Right here I added the name, description, the MRP, which is 4, but user want to sell it for $3. Then the item quantity, how much quantity you are selling, 500 gram, okay, per order, obviously per quantity. Then slug, this is auto generated. If you regenerate it, right, it will generate, depends on the name, because that's how I connected it. And the main important thing is connected with the category, okay. So you can just select this category. Perfect. Now once you save it, make sure from the setting you will enable it. You will enable the get find and find one API REST API. So that is important. And once you done this one, now we'll go back to our application, and inside the global API, let's go to this global API. Here we need to add that endpoint. So we can call constant get all products. We'll say Axios client dot get, and here we'll just call products question mark populate, because we want to populate all the details, is equal to star. Then we'll make a promise here, and here we'll just return the response.data.data, and then make sure to export this one and save it, okay. Now obviously inside the page, after this category list, we need to add the product list, okay. And obviously for that one we need to create a new component. So under this underscore component, I will create a new file, and we can call it as a product list.jsx. Now here add a default template and save it. Let's go back to a page.js, and here let's add that product list. So we'll add a product list component, okay, and save it. Now it's time to fetch data. So constant get, or we'll just say product list is equal to await, and here we'll call global API dot get all products, okay. And then this product list, we need to send it to this product list component like this. Now inside the product list, we will accept it here as a props, okay, like this, and save it, okay. Now here first thing, we'll add a title. So we'll say our fresh, or we'll say our popular products. Obviously if you go to this category, right, same thing, same styling I'm gonna copy. So let's go to this product list again, let's paste it here. I will just cut this particular text and replace it here, okay, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, let me refresh once, and if you see our popular product text is showing on the screen. Obviously we will give some margin, so add a margin top to 10. Next we need to iterate the product list. So let's add a div, okay, and over here we'll iterate this product list dot map. Here we'll say product comma index, like this, okay. And over here, instead of writing the code for the product item, we create a new component called product item, okay, so that we can use it whenever we required. So here I added the product item, add the default template. Let's save this one, and let's add the product item over here, okay. For this product item, we'll pass each of the product like this, and inside the product item, let's accept it here as a prop. We'll say product, okay, perfect. Now let's save. Make sure you are not getting any error. After that, let me bring this side by side. And over here, first thing we need to show the image. So we'll add an image, then source. For this image, we'll add product dot. First thing we need to add the base URL, so which is the process dot env dot. Let me get that URL, which is the variable name, and I will paste it here. We'll say plus, and then the product dot attributes dot images dot data. Obviously I'm going to show a first image, that's the reason I'm giving data of 0 dot attributes dot URL. Okay, after that one we need to give width and height. Let's give width of 500 for now and height of maybe 200. Okay, and we'll give alt tag. So alt tag will use, let's say, image only. Okay, now here if you see all the images is displaying on the screen. Let's give some meaningful alt name. So here I'm gonna say product dot attributes dot name. Okay, perfect. Now obviously we want it in a grid format, similar like this category, right? So let's go to the product list. For this div, I'm gonna say class name. Let's give grid. Here for the a very small screen, right, we'll say grid calls to. Okay, for the medium size we get grid calls 3, and for a large we'll say grid column 3, column 4, and save it, and you will see the magic. See, okay, right now the screen size is smaller, so that's the reason it's showing the 2 column for the smaller screen. But if I increase the size, if you see, the 4 images is showing. Obviously we need to use some styling and that, so we'll do that now. So after this product item, let's add a text for the name of the product, which is the product dot attributes dot name, and the next is for the pricing. Okay, so we'll add attributes dot MRP. Okay, and if you see, the name and MRP is showing. Obviously we're going to modify this MRP, okay, little bit, but for now we'll add some styling to this one. So for this div, let's add a class, and here we'll add a padding of, maybe we'll add a padding of 5. Let's add a 6. Okay, but when the screen size is smaller, we'll add a padding of 2 only. Okay, and this padding is for larger screen. Next we add a flex. We'll say flex column item to be in the center. We'll say justify center, and then we'll add a gap of 3. See, now everything is in the center. Okay, let's add a border as well. So border, and we'll say border, rounded corner to be large, something like this. See, okay, obviously we add a gap. Let's see, if I increase the size, this is how it looks. Okay, but in order to add a gap between these two grid, we need to give inside the product list. So here I will say, for example, we'll say add a gap of 5. Okay, but this gap I want to add a 5. Let's see how it looks. I think that's pretty good. Okay, next thing, inside the product item, I also want to add a button. So let's add that button as well. So add a button, and here we'll say add to cart. Now I'm going to give variant is equal to outline, and button is not defined. Make sure to import this button from the component UI library. Okay, and now if you see, we have this beautiful button. But if you observe here, right, if let me increase the size, this button is not in one line. For this it's up, here it's down, right, because our image size is not constant. So for this image I'm gonna add a class name, and here we'll say height of 200 pixel. Allowing that, I'm going to give width of 200 pixel, some specific width and height. And if you see now, all the buttons, text or title, everything in one line. Okay, that's pretty good. Also here I'm going to say object content. Okay, so it will not get stretched. You will see that change. See, okay. Next, For this button I'm gonna add, we'll add a styling. So here I'm gonna add a class name. Here we'll say text to be primary color, and on hover I want to change the text to be white, and on hover again we'll set background to be primary. And if I hover on this one, right, let me see, okay, like this, perfect. For this h2 means for the product name, I'm going to add a class name. Here we'll say font bold, text large, and same thing we're going to do it here. Class name font bold, text I will not add a bold actually. Okay, let's keep like this for now. Okay, and right now this is how it looks. Now as I say, right, in the database, right, inside our Strapi, we added a selling price as a one field. Okay, so inside the product, let me open one of the product, and over here we added the selling price as a one field, right, and MRP. Now whenever the selling price is defined, we have to strike through this MRP, and then we need to show the selling price as the actual price of the item. So it's very easy. So what you need to do, for this h2 tag, here I'm gonna add a product dot attributes dot selling price. If the selling price is available, I'm gonna add a new h2 tag, and there it will display similar kind of value, only the selling price instead of MRP. Okay, and obviously in order to add a strike through, right, we have the one property, it's called, let me show you. So it actually called a line through. So if I go here and we'll say line through, and if I save it, this is how it looks. See, okay, so it will actually do the line through. Okay, that's good. So what we need to do, we need to add a condition over here, okay, when to show the line through. So in order to add a styling, right, so dynamic styling, here you need to wrap this inside the curly braces, this particular tag. I will remove the single quote, and then you can add the condition over here like this inside the dollar and the curly braces. So here we'll just say if the product dot attribute dot selling price is available, okay, then obviously I added the and condition, then add a line through. Okay, and also I'm gonna change the color to the gray color of maybe 500, and then let's save this one. Okay, and if you see, for this one it's line through and it's showing the selling price. For this one, we don't have a selling price, it's not showing, and like that. Okay, now obviously we want this in one line, so I will just wrap inside one div this all to h2 tag. I think that's correct. Yeah, let me cut here and paste it inside this div. The reason is I want to bring in one line, so I will add a flex, class name flex, and gap of 3, something like this. Oh, so we don't want the name, so I will keep that name outside of this div. Okay, now, yeah, now it's good. And if you see the change, okay, now it has a beautiful dollar sign. If this selling price is different, we can show it. Okay, obviously for the selling price, only thing that I want to add is class name font bold, and we'll say text large, and here as well I will add a text large. Okay, if you think this font bold, okay, that's fine, we can keep as it is. Okay, and if you see, now it's strike through beautifully. Okay, now on hover as well, you will see the button get changed immediately. If I increase the size, see, this is how beautiful it's looking, right? One more change I want to do for the product list. Here I'm going to give margin top to maybe 6, something like this. See, and let me show you how responsive it is, right? So if I go to the inspect panel, I am changing this size. Okay, so if I increase the size, see, for the medium screen is showing the 3 grid, and so cool, right, without disrupting any of these particular images or data or anything, right? So guys, that's all for this particular section, that we beautifully defined this one. Okay, one more last important thing we forgot, that is to add animation effect on hover of this any of this item. So let me do that. So over here for this h2 tag, no, sorry, inside the product item, Over here we'll say on hover will scale to 110, and then on hover we also want to show a shadow, let's say medium, and if I hover on this one, see, okay, but it's not a smooth transition, right? So just add transition all and is in out. You can add the duration as well, and now you see how cool and how slowly and how smooth it is, right? See, if you think that you want to add a shadow little larger, let's say large shadow, and yeah, that's look good to me. See, okay, so cool. So this is how you can add the on hover effect. Just I will make this cursor pointer, so whenever I hover on this one, it will change to this cursor. Perfect. Okay, and obviously it is completely responsive on mobile as well. It's so look so beautiful, guys. So guys, I hope you understand how beautifully we fetch the data on the server side using the Strapi REST API, and how we implement the schema as well inside the Strapi, and how beautiful we fetch the data so we will display it on the screen. Now obviously we are showing 8 item here. Obviously after that we don't want to show any more item, right? So I can add a condition for the product list only show the first 8 item. So here we can add index is less than equal to or less than 8 and an operation. If I save this one, now it will only show the first 8 products and not more than that on the screen. Now in this section we are gonna add this one banner over here, and the last we're gonna add a footer for our home screen or throughout the application. That footer will be the constant. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and after this product our popular product section, we're gonna add one banner. Okay, so for that one I already, let me bring this down like this. I already added one image inside our local, and this is how it looks. Okay, it's quite simple, but that's what we are going to show on the home screen. So let's go to this page.js, and here simply I will just add a banner, and over here I'm gonna add an image tag, then we'll add a source. Obviously we are fetching from the local, so we can directly give the file name, then width will give 1000 for example, the height will give 300, we'll give alt tag, will say banner, and then save it. Now if I let me refresh this screen once, and okay, so not logo sorry, my bad, it's need to be a banner .png. Okay, and this is how it looks on the smaller screen. If I increase the screen size, this is how it looks, right? So here I will add a class name, and here we will say width to be full, height I'm going to give custom size. Now if you wondered why I'm giving this size in the format of this square bracket, because if you want to give a custom size and not the Tailwind CSS predefined size, then you can give that value inside the square bracket. Okay, and after that here we'll just say object content and then save it. Now on the smaller screen you will not see the change, but on large screens, and now if you see it extended from the both the side, and it is in the center now, and if you see how beautifully it's look, right? Perfect. If you think you want to give margin from the top, you can give it. Now here we will add a footer. So for the footer, let's create a new component similar like a header inside the underscore component, and then we will call it as a footer.jsx. Add the default template, and then this footer we will add inside the page.js file. Okay, so we'll just add this footer over here and save it. Now if you see, just text footer is showing on the screen. See, okay, so on the for that one, right, we are going to use the hyper UI. Okay, as I told you before, it's quite simple. These are some of the Tailwind CSS predefined component. Okay, you can just copy and paste it. As footer we don't give a much more focus on it, so I will just copy it. So if you see, there are a lot of different footer are available. I will use this simple one. So go to the view, make sure to select JSX, and then copy this one. Then let's go back to the footer, and over here just paste the footer which you copied. Okay, if I save this one, and you will see the result. See, okay, now obviously this is not our logo, so I will remove this logo. So let's go here, and this is the logo code, so I will remove this svg file, and simply I will add the image source, and over here we'll define slash logo dot svg. I will give width of 300 and height of 300, alt tag as a logo. Let's save this one and let's see how it looks. So right now, okay, so something, oh, it's need to be png, and if you see, the grocery store is looking beautiful. Let's give the width 200, and now that's perfect. And if you see, it's in the center, and our home screen is almost ready. Okay, if you think that is touching, I will just give some margin from the top for this footer. So here I'm gonna give margin of top to 7. Perfect. Okay, obviously on the smaller screen as well, it will change the layout of the home screen, depends on your requirements. See, so beautiful, right? So guys, that's how we simply add the footer and this beautiful banner for our home screen. Okay, now next thing, obviously there are a lot of things that we are gonna learn in this particular course. Okay, the another one which we are going to see, that once user add on this add to cart, we're gonna show the pop-up message where user can add into the cart actual one. Okay, he can increase the quantity if he want to, he can add to it into our cart, and he can see the details in that pop-up. So everything we're gonna see in the maybe a next section. And obviously there are a lot of things, because we need to add authentication, we need to add the card functionality, and lot of more. Guys, if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe, and we'll see you in the next section. Now let's implement the product detail pop-up screen, where user click on this any of the product from the home screen or from the any of the products, right? We are going to show the dialog, where on the dialog we're going to show the product image, the type on the right hand side we have title, description, the price of that particular product. Then he can have ability to increase the product items quantity and all. And then at the last we have the button to add a cart. Okay, obviously this is just a rough idea about the dialog which we are going to implement on the click of this any of the product. So for that one, we are going to use shared scenes, a dialog component. So if I go to the dialog, okay, and if I click on this example, right, this is how the dialog will work. So similar kind of dialog we are going to add in our application. So first thing, let's copy this command in order to install the dialog. Go to your project. So I will close all of these tabs, and over here I will paste it so that it will install the dialog component. Then copy this import statement, and in this case we need to add that dialog inside the product item page, because that's where we have this add to cart button, and on that one we need to open the dialog. So first thing, let's import this import statement, and then we'll copy this dialog and we'll paste it here. Okay, now if you observe here, this is the dialog trigger. The dialog trigger is nothing but it enable or it open the actual dialog box. Okay, so obviously on the button click we want it, so I will put it over here, and make sure to make this as a add child, otherwise you will get a warning error inside the console. Now if I save this one and let's go back to our application, if I click on this any of the, let me refresh once, and on the button click of this particular, if you see, we got this beautiful dialog. Right now we don't have much information, but now this dialog width is too small, right? You can increase this width. So for that one, let's go to the actual component of the dialog. Okay, over here if you scroll down, if you see, right now they give the width to be full, but the maximum width of that dialog is just an large, okay, which is a 512 pixel. So here I'm gonna change this to 3 XL and then save it. Now if I go back and click on this cart, now you will see the width of the dialog is increased. Right now, obviously there are a lot of things you can customize from this shared CSS dialog component, but I will now only that change I will keep as it is. Now over here I don't want dialog, I will remove it, and obviously inside the description we're going to show all of our information. So for that one I'm going to create a new component, and here I will say product item detail.jsx, and I will add a default template and make sure to import inside this product dialog description. Okay, so right now in the dialog we just have the product item detail text which is inside this product item detail component. Now whatever the product we want to pass, we can pass it here. So we'll say product is equal to product. Okay, so this particular each of the product which we are getting from inside the product item, we are that passing to this product item detail component. Save this one and let's accept it here as a prop and save it. Now obviously if you see our structure, right, we are dividing that dialog into two sections, one for the image and another is for the all the information, right? So same thing we're gonna do, we'll add a class name, we'll add a grid, and when the screen size is smaller we'll keep the column 1, and when the screen size is medium or larger we'll put grid columns 2. Now first thing we need to add is the image. Okay, so over here I will add an image from the next/image. Here we need to provide the source, so in this case is product dot attributes dot images dot data of 0 dot attributes dot URL. Okay, obviously here we need to connect with the base URL, so process dot env dot and then the actual environment, this variable name, okay, plus the actual URL. Over here we'll give the alt tag as a image. For now the width you can give like 300, height you can give 300, and let's save this one. Now if I go back to our application and boom, you will see this beautiful product image. Now for this particular div I'm gonna give some padding of 7, then I will make sure the background is white, okay, and all the text is in the black color, and let's save this one. Okay, perfect. Also let's add a class name. Here we'll say background of slate 200, okay, because many of the products I don't have background, okay, and that's the reason we're adding this background. Then we'll add a padding of 5, and let's make height of 320 pixel and width just to make sure it's a 300 pixel again, and we'll make object with content so it will not get stretched. And if I save this one, this is how beautifully it looks. I will also add the rounded corner, so rounded to be large. Okay, now after this on the right hand side we need to add the information. So over here I'm going to add a div. The first is the product name, so product dot attributes dot name. Second is the description, so let's style this first. So class name, here we'll say a text of 2XL, then font bold, and let's save it. Perfect. Let me decrease this size. Okay, so this is how it looks. Obviously it came down because we are on the smaller screen, right? That's the why I want to show it, but right now that's fine. Now next is, let me increase the size, the product description. Okay, so let me close this tab, and here we'll just say description. Obviously for this one I'm gonna add a small, and the text is of gray 500. Okay, and this is how it looks. Obviously we don't want to add a font bold. Okay, and if you open any other, for example let's open this one, see how beautiful it's looking, right? For this particular div, right, I'm gonna add a class name, make it flex column, and we'll do gap of 3. After that I'm gonna add another div. Okay, this div is for the product pricing and all. Okay, so if you remember, inside the product item we have added this conditional pricing, right? Same thing, I'm gonna copy this particular div and I will paste it over here. Okay, so inside that one, if I save this one, obviously only thing we need to change is this font size. So let's try to give a text of maybe, let's say, 3XL, and I don't know whether from the div it will work or not. Yeah, it's not working. So obviously you need to give a text of 3XL and over here as well a 3XL, and boom. Okay, now obviously if I open this one, you will see the change. So cool, right? Over here you will see the change. Perfect, that's what we wanted, right? Next thing, we need to add a text, and for that one I will add a s2 tag, and here we'll say the quantity. So we'll say quantity, and inside that, okay, I'm gonna add brackets, circle brackets, and I want to add the price. So product dot attributes dot item quantity type. Okay, so this particular field I already added inside our content. Okay, this is item content type. It will give you what is the quantity, whether it's a one piece or it's a 500 gram. Okay, what are you selling as a single product. So that type we are going to show. So let's save this one, and only thing that I'm gonna add a class name, make font to be bold. Let's save this one, and this is how it looks. Okay, let's increase the font little bit. Here we'll say medium, and we'll say text large, like this. Perfect. Next thing, we need to add the button like plus minus if you want to increase the size or something like that, right? Let me show you how. So over here, this after this quantity, right, here we need to add a one button. For example, let's consider this one. Here we'll say plus, we'll say one, sorry, let's say one quantity and minus. Okay, so this button will help us whether to increase or decrease this quantity, correct? So that's what we wanted. So it's very easy. What you need to do, you need to wrap one div. Inside div again I will add one more div, and here first thing I will add a button. Okay, one button is for a minus, then one button is for a plus to increase the quantity, and then text. So by default I will add as a 1. Okay, and then save this one. And then for this div I will add a class name. I will add padding of 2, border I will make it flex. Okay, so it will be in the one horizontal line, then we'll give gap of 10, and we have to make sure that it's vertically center, so we'll say item to be in the center. And now if I go back, this is how it looks, right? But if you see this particular width is going at the end, so what you can do for this div, we'll say class name, we'll make it flex column, and here we'll just say item to be the baseline. Okay, and save it. And now if you see the magic, right? If you think you want to give padding x to maybe 3, you can try, and boom, let's give 5. Okay, perfect. And this is the button to increase and decrease the value. Next is to add a button. So after this div, we'll simply add a button. Inside the button I will add a shopping icon actually. So we'll say shopping bag or basket, and after that one I'm gonna add to cart text. Here we'll make a class name to be flex, so it will all both the icon and text will be in the horizontal line. We'll gap of 3. Let's save this one. And okay, so obviously saying that button is not defined, make sure to import this button and then save it. Now if I open any of this card, and if you see the button is there now. Perfect. Obviously we'll give some gap, so we'll give gap of 3. Perfect. And how beautifully it's looking, right? Now the last thing only that I want to add the category, on which category it belongs to. So outside of div I'm gonna add a s2 tag. Here I will say inside the span category, and then outside of this one we have to say product, because we need to get the category information. So product dot attributes dot categories dot data of 0 dot attributes dot name. Okay, now as I say, you can get this information like this, right? If I enter this API slash product slash populate, and if you see, we have the category, inside that we have data and ID, because this is the relationship we connected with the category. That's the reason it will come in that format. Okay, let's save this one, go back to your application, and if you see, the category is showing. Let's make this class name as a font bold, and that's all. Perfect. Okay, if you think you want to give gap, you can just add a gap like this. Okay, and this particular product detail page is ready. Now the most important part over here, that when user click on this plus or minus, we want to increase this value, and after this one we will show a total number. Okay, so let's go here, and first thing what we'll do, we'll define one two state. So one is constant, we'll say product total price, comma set product total price. Here if you think that I'm giving a state, the name of the variable is bigger, because it's more meaningful, right? And that's the reason, make sure that whenever you give the any name, okay, it should be a meaningful. Here then use state, and inside this use state, the two things I'm gonna check. First thing, we'll check the product dot attribute dot selling price. If the selling price is there, then I'm gonna set the selling price, otherwise I'm gonna set the MRP only. Okay, next thing, we need to define constant, and we'll say a quantity. You just need to say q quantity, comma set quantity is equal to use state, and initially it should be a 1. Okay, let's save this one and go back to your application, and you will see the error. It's saying that use state is only used as a client side and not on the server side. So for that one, you need to mark this particular component as a client. So use client and then save it. And now if you go back, and you will see that error is gone. Now if I go here, okay, and now if you see, the nothing get changed because we did not update anything yet. But now instead of 1, we'll actually use the quantity, and I will wrap this div inside another div. Okay, and over here I'm going to define h2 tag. It will say is equal to, and then product total price. Okay, so obviously this product tab total price depends on the number of quantity. If user increase the quantity, we need to change this product total price. So simply I will multiply it by quantity. Okay, so it will give, if user added 2 product, then obviously 2 into product total price will be added inside our cart. On the press of this button, right, we have to add a condition. So on click, we have to add. Over here we'll set the quantity value. Okay, and every time when user click on minus side, we need to remove 1 from this total quantity. But also we have to make sure, if the quantity is 1, right, then obviously user will not do the minus. Okay, so we'll disable the button when the quantity is equal to 1. Okay, next thing, for this plus button, we'll add on click, but in this case we'll set the quantity which is equal to quantity plus 1, and here minus 1. Okay, and obviously quantity value get changed. Let's save this one and just test this out. So right now if you see, this is equal to 5 is coming down. So let's bring in one line. So we'll say class name flex gap of 2, maybe let's say 3, and here I'm going to add a class name text of 3xl font bold, and just for the purpose I'm going to add item to be in the center. Okay, and one more thing, we need to define a $sign, and perfect. Now if I increase the quantity, see the magic, the value also get changed, the quantity also get changed, and it multiplying by the exact number. See, okay, perfect. But if I go here, okay, and if I try to add, and boom, everything get messed up, right? Because the floating point is not, we did not fix the floating point, it's at some decimal, we have to define that one, right? So what we can do, where we have multiplying here, right, we'll put in circle bracket, and here we'll say to fix to 2 decimal only, and boom, now even though you increase as much as you want, it will increase in 2 decimal only. And if you see the change, so cool, right? And depends on the number of quantity and the total price. In that range you will see the change inside for the total price of the product. So cool, right? So this is how we can implement this logic to add and decrease the total quantity of the product, and obviously depends on that one, we can change the pricing as well. I hope you understand. If you have any question, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to add a new screen and a new route, so that when user click on any of this category, we're gonna navigate to the new screen. So obviously we are going to add this product by category screen, and inside that we have header, category which we are going to show, and the product by category. Okay, so on the top we already have the header, then we're gonna show the list of category on the product by category page. Okay, and whatever the category we selected, obviously we'll mark that category as a selected one, and then all the products which comes under that category, then that we are going to show. Okay, so first thing we need to do is to add a route. So over here we need a new route. Okay, and this need to add like to be like product dash category. Okay, and after that, whatever the category we pass, we want to show it. For example, let's go to the fruits. If I enter this one right now, if you see, we are getting the 404 error, but if you see, we have the header as it is. But the question is how we can achieve this kind of thing, because obviously this is a new route which will be a constant, but the route after that one, okay, will be a changing, whether it's a vegetable, whether it's a, maybe say chicken, it's a whatever the value you will pass, it's a dynamic one. Okay, obviously we need a dynamic route, so let's create that route. So let me go to our application, and over here inside the project folder, inside the app folder, we're gonna create a new folder. Okay, this folder name, we will start with the bracket like this, and we'll add routes. So whatever the routes and the new route we are going to add, we'll add inside this particular folder. Okay, because once we define this kind of route, right, Next.Js will ignore that particular folder, not a folder but the path of that particular folder. Okay, so obviously this is not an actual route, only for the organization purpose we added this structure. Now inside that one, I'm going to create a new route called products category. Okay, and this is the folder name we gave, and inside that folder name we want a dynamic route. Okay, so for that one, we'll add inside the brackets, we'll add the name, so category name like this. Okay, and okay, this need to have a folder, so make sure it's a folder inside this product category like this. Okay, now whenever we define the folder name inside this, I don't know why it's not showing. Okay, let me increase this size. Whenever we define the folder name inside the bracket, so that the value of this category name can changeable. Okay, so it's a dynamic one. Okay, and now inside that I'm gonna add a page.jsx file. Okay, now add the default template and then save it. Obviously I will change this to product category, something like this. Okay, and save it. Now whatever the value you pass doesn't matter. Okay, let's test this out. So over here I will pass something like ABC. Okay, consider this is a category name, so it's need to be a products, I think products category, say. And now product category text is showing. You can pass fruits, doesn't matter, it's jumping on the product category only. Okay, so this is how you can generate a dynamic route. Perfect. Now let's go back to our application, and first thing we need to do is to get the whatever the category we are on, right? For example, right now we are on the fruits category, right? that particular name we need to get. So for that one, you need to add params like this. Okay, this parameter contains the field called category name. Okay, if you want to display, let's display it over here. We'll just display params dot category name. Okay, so whatever the name you gave to this particular folder, that will be a field name. And now if you see, the fruits is showing. If I type vegetables, enter, you will see the vegetables. Okay, now with this help of category, obviously we are going to fetch data, but before that, let's go back to our home screen. And inside this home screen, obviously we need to add on click event on this category. So whenever user click on this one, it should navigate to the new screen. So let's go back to our underscore component where we have this category list, right? And over here we have our category. So here instead of div, I will change this to link, and this link is importing from the next/link. Make sure to add the exit tag, sorry, closing tag, and over here I will add the hrefs. Okay, now here we'll say products category. Okay, so it will navigate to product category, and then we need to attach the name of category on which user click. So in this case, I will just add category dot attributes dot name. Okay, so slash product category slash whatever the category name. Now test this out. Now let me refresh once, and if I go to this vegetables, right, boom, it jumped to the product slash vegetables. If I go back and click on fruits, it will jump to the fruits. So cool, right? So this is how you can navigate from one screen to other screen, and we added the beautiful route as well. Next thing, if I go back here to our product category, right, now we need to fetch the only products which belong to that particular category, right? So let me show you the example. So this is our 1337 API slash products, right? So right now we are with this particular endpoint, we are getting all the products, correct? Oh, let me close this one. But if you want to get the products, something like filters, categories name. Okay, so you have to filter with the categories by name, and dollar it in means the array contents kind of thing. Okay, if array has these fruits, then you can fetch it, right? It has a lot of different methods. You have equal, you have not equal, and lot of things. You can go here and you just type REST API filters Strapi, and you will see this documentation. Okay, inside the documentation you see the dollar equal, you have different operator over here. Okay, so right now we have the category array, that's the reason I'm using the dollar in operator. Okay, and once add dollar in, and we'll say fruits. If I enter it now, if you see, I'm getting only fruits list of products. Okay, perfect. So now let's go back to our application, and obviously we are going to use this endpoint. So I will just copy this endpoint as it is. Okay, or yeah, and let's go back to our global API. Here we're gonna add that one. So constant get products by category, we'll say. Okay, here will be the Axios client dot get, and then we'll paste these products filter category name in, and here we'll add obviously and category. So whatever category we are going to pass to this method, we will add that one. Okay, and last obviously we need and populate is equal to star. Okay, so we'll get all the data. Make sure to export this one so that we can use it. And let's go back to our product category page. So over here we need to fetch that data. So we'll say constant product list is equal to, and here we'll say await global API dot get products by category, and as we have the category name, so which is nothing but parameters dot category name. As we are using await and we are on the server side, let's make this async, and then we'll get the product list. But before that, let me clean this out. We need to add the h2 tag. We'll add a h2 tag and we'll say the category name. So here we'll simply display param dot category name. Let's save this one, and this is how it looks. See, okay, then we need to give some styling, so we'll add a class name, we'll add padding of 4, background primary text white, font to be bold, and then text 3XL, and this is how it looks. See, okay, then we'll make text aligning to be center. Okay, on larger screen this is how it looks. Perfect. After that one, I want to show the category list. Okay, so for that one, I'm going to create a new component inside this product category folder. So here I'm going to add components folder, and inside that we'll say category, top category list, we'll say, okay, top category list.jsx. It's little different than what we have. Okay, that's the reason I'm creating new one and not using the existing one. So what I will do, I will go to the category list, the previous category list, and I will copy everything as it is, okay, from this div. Okay, and let's copy this inside our new top category list, and obviously I will gonna pass the category list over here. So we'll say category list, and from the page, the API call which we have, I will use that one. So this is the category list API call. I will use the existing one inside this page.js. Perfect. Okay, and obviously this category list we gonna pass to our method, sorry, to our component called category, top category list, like this. Okay, now we added this top category list method, and only thing we need to do, make sure to import this, all the links, the image, and I think that's all right. And one more thing, I'm gonna remove this grid options from allwhere. Okay, and we'll just make the flex. Let's save everything and let's see. And now if you see, we got this category, but it's not structured well, right? So for that one, let's go to the top category list. For this image, or not image, for this particular div, I'm gonna add a width of 150 pixel. Okay, and also we'll define minimum width of 100 pixel. Okay, now if I save this one, this is how it looks. See, okay, but it's not scrollable yet, so you can also add overflow auto for this div. We'll say overflow auto. Okay, and we'll give margin X to 7, and when the screen size is medium or larger, we give margin X to 20. Okay, also we'll make justify center, and let's test this out. And now if you see, this is how beautiful it looks on the smaller screen. You can even navigate. See, okay, if I increase the size and go to this inspect panel in a mobile view, right, you can even scroll this one. See, okay, so cool. So that's how we can add the category. Now even though you can click on any of this category from here, right, it will change, you will see the change. See, immediately you will see the update into the category page only. Okay, without refreshing the screen, it will jump on the same page. Next thing, we need to add the we need to display the list of products, right? So let's go to our page.jsx file where we added this top category list. Under that one, we're gonna use the existing product list component which we already defined in a previous home screen, right? So here we'll just add product list, and as we've already fetched this product list, we'll just pass it here like this. It's a product list, and that's all. Let's save this one and make sure that you are getting data. So right now it's saying product list map is not function. Okay, so it means we are not getting the product list maybe. So this error came because we did not return make the promise here. So let's make that one, this return response.data.data. okay, inside the global API. Oh sorry, let's save this one, and boom, we got the result. Okay, let's do one more thing. We'll wrap this product list in one div like this. Okay, and we'll just add a class name padding of 10. Okay, and when the let's make on medium screen padding 10 and otherwise padding 5, and let's save this one, and boom, right? If I click fruits, we'll get the fruits. If I click vegetables, we got the vegetables, and everything as it is. See, because we use the existing component for the product list, for the product item, and even the detail automatically get added over here. So cool, right? So right now over here I did not added a lot of data. Okay, for example, bakery don't have anything, grain. Okay, but you can add a more data so it will look much more beautiful. And that's all for this particular section, that we beautifully implemented a new route, a new screen, and on the click of that category we are navigating to this particular screen. Now one more thing we forgot, that on this category, because we have this category, right, on here as well we need to add the navigation, right? So let's go here, and obviously that we implemented inside the header, and over here, right? So this is the image and the icon. So here I will just wrap this inside a link, or maybe let's wrap this inside the link, and let's see reference like this. Okay, and over here we'll just say products category slash, and then category dot attributes dot name, and then save it. Now if I click on, maybe let's say fruits. Okay, I don't know, yeah, perfect, it's work. Okay, now obviously you don't know which one is get selected, right? Here we need to mark it as a okay, the selected one. So what we can do, let's go back to our page.jsx, and over here we have this top category list. Here we'll pass one more parameter, we'll say selected category is equal to, and here we're gonna pass parameters dot category name. So whatever the category name we got it, we'll pass to this top category list, and then here we'll see get that parameter as a selected category. Okay, now only thing we need to do is dynamically apply the styling. Okay, so for this particular tag I will wrap this inside the curly braces, then this tag, and then over here I'm gonna just write $, and inside that I'm gonna write condition. I will check if selected category matches with the current category, so we'll say attributes dot name. Then I'm gonna add a background of green 600, and also I will make text of white, and save it. Let's save this one as well, and let's go back, and boom. So if you see the text is still in black color, let's see why. Okay, so because we added the text over here, so let's add that condition, because for the text we added a different style, right? So over here I will just say similar condition, only I will remove the background, something like this, and save it, and boom. If I select fruits, right, this fruit is selected. If I select vegetables, the vegetable gets selected. Okay, if I select the bakery, obviously bakery don't have anything, but that's how we can add the mark the selected category. Okay, so guys, if you have any question, any doubt until this point, let me know in the comment section, because there are a lot of things we need to do it. Now next what we are going to look is add to cart functionality. Okay, that's also we are very important and very important concept actually inside the e-commerce application. Now we have to add a functionality to add the item into the cart, right? So if I open this one and want to add it to cart, we have to make sure that user is logged into our application. Okay, so once we know that we already built this product by category screen, right? And when user click on add to cart, we gonna check is user is authenticated to our application or not. If he is not authenticated, then we should redirect it to a new screen for the sign in or to create a new account. Okay, obviously if user is authenticated, then we will add it into the cart. Obviously for that one we are gonna create a new collection where we will store that inside our database. And obviously once user is authenticated, then he can access to the my order page or checkout page. Okay, but if user is not authenticated, then he should create a new account or sign into our application. Okay, so that is very important in order to add it, create an account. So over here we already have the button to log in. From there as well we can navigate to the sign in or sign up page, or whenever user click on add to cart, and we'll check whether user is already signed in or not. And if he is already signed in, then we will add that into the cart. Otherwise we will again redirect it to a new screen. So let's go back to our application. And first thing we need to do is to create two new routes, one for create account and another is for the sign in. So inside the app directory, I'm going to create a new folder, and I will call it as a auth. So we'll say auth. Okay, and all the authentication related screen will keep inside this folder. So inside this one again, I'm going to create a new folder, and we can call it as a create account. And let's add a page.jsx file into that one. Add the default template, and here we'll say create account. Okay, and save it. Now another route for the sign in. Okay, so let's create a new folder. Let me go back to auth. Let's create a new folder, and we can call it as a sign. We say sign in, and in that we'll add page.jsx. Okay, add the default template, and here we'll just call sign in. Let's save this one. Okay, and then let's check this out. So first, if I go to this create account, if user don't have an account, right, then it should navigate to the create account page. That's working fine. And same for the sign in. See, perfect. Now the thing is, we need to add the UI for that one. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and let's add for the create account first. So inside this div, I'm going to add another div, and first I will add a logo. So image source, here it will be a logo. So we'll just say logo.png. We'll add a width of 200, height of 200, and alt tag as a logo. Let's save this one. I will just open side by side. After that, let's save this one, and we are adding inside the create account. So I will open the create account page. So it's saying failed to parse source logo.png. Make it slash like this. Okay, the logo is showing on the screen now. After that one, I'm going to add h2 tag. So this h2 tag for I say create account. So create an account. Your class name, here we'll say font bold, and text of 3XL, maybe say 3XL. See, now for this particular div, we'll add a class name. We'll make it flex. We'll make flex column, and then we'll make item to be in the center, justify into the center. Let's save this one, and if you see, now it is in the center. Let's add a padding of 10. We'll add a background slate, maybe 200. Maybe let's add 100 only. Okay, and for now let's add a border gray 200. Okay, then after this create account text, I'm gonna add another text. We'll say h2. For this sake, we'll say enter your email and password to create an account. Let's save this one. Perfect. See, if you think, let's give the class name. We'll say text of gray. Let's say 500. Then we need to add a div, and inside that we'll add the 3 inputs, one for the username, one for email and password. So I think we did not add the input component. So from the chat CN, we'll add the input component. So go to the input, and it's very easy. Let's first copy this CLI command. go to your project and paste it inside the terminal. It will get installed. So once it installed, let me open our application, and here you just write input. This input is inputting from the /component/UI. We have to make a placeholder. You need to add placeholder, and we'll say username, as simple as that. See, next, obviously I will add a class name. We'll say width to be full, flex, then flex column, and I'm going to give gap of 5, margin top to 7, up 7 only. Okay, after that one I'm going to add 2 more input. So another input I want to add for the user email. So for placeholder I will say name@example.com, and here I'm going to add password. Now for the password, if I save this one, right, if you see the password is visible, right, so you have to give the type is equal to password. Okay, and now if you see, this is how it looks. And the last, I want to add a button. So we'll say button from the component, and we'll say create an account. See, beautiful, right? And one more text over here, we'll say p tag only, and here you will say already have an account, and we'll say here I will add a link. Okay, because we want to navigate to the sign in page. Here I will add a hrefs, and we'll give sign in, and after that inside this link I'm going to write click here to sign in. Okay, now if I increase the size, this is how weird it's looking. So for this text I'm going to add a class name, and we'll make text blue 500. Okay, let's give some space. I don't know why. I don't know what the issue, but okay, that's will fine. We'll do that later on. Now for this particular div, okay, we'll add a class name. We'll make flex item to be baseline, justify center, and we'll add margin y of 20, and boom, see the magic. We'll add margin of 10. Yeah, and if I increase the size, this is how beautiful it look our sign in page, right? And now user can add username, email, and the password. So let's add some 3 states for this to accept or to hold this value. So we'll add constant username comma set username is equal to use state. I will copy for 3 times and 1 for email. We'll say set email, then password, set password, and boom. Okay, now we add this use state. Okay, this is the React hook, so we have to make this particular component as a client side. So we'll make use client and save it. Okay, and whenever user type here, obviously we need to write on change method. Okay, inside this on change method, it will emit the event. Okay, and we'll just set the username in this case, and you have to get the value using event dot target dot value. Okay, so in that, whatever user type will get that value. Same thing I'm gonna copy for the remaining one. So in this case is user set email, and here for the password I'm gonna add set password. Okay, perfect. Let's save this one. And on the click of this create account, so we'll add on click method, and we'll call on create account. This particular method will create, so here I will say constant on create account, and whatever will be entered, right, obviously here we will make a call to save the data in our database. Okay, now the question is how to save the data. Okay, so if I go back to our application, and obviously everything is almost ready, but inside the Strapi, if I go to Strapi, right, and content manager, you will see there is a default collection type called user. Okay, and obviously if you go to this content type builder, the user, you will find it here, and it has a username, email, password, and all of these things, correct? If I go to this content manager, obviously I added a couple of them, but if you try to add an entry, you will see the username, email, and password. These are some mandatory field. Okay, and it automatically add the role of authentication. You will get to know once we add some information. Now Strapi, if you go to the Strapi documentation, they give a very good documentation for how to add the register new user and how to get the register user. Okay, so here is thing, right? When user try to create try to create an account or sign into the account, right, it will return two most important things. Okay, so first is the user information. Okay, so whatever the user information we save, and another is a JWT token. Okay, this JWT token is very important in order to fetch the data from the API. Okay, now if you know that this my order page or add to cart page or checkout page, these page are protected. Okay, means only if the user is login, then only we can able to call this API, correct? But in that case, we have to pass this JWT token to get this information. Okay, so whenever user is login and we want to fetch some data from this particular APIs, we need to pass JWT token, otherwise the API will not work. Okay, it means only if user is authenticated to our application, then only he will able to get that data. So whenever user create an account or sign into our application, these two information it will return back on our application, and then these two information we want to save in our local storage or session storage. So now let's go back to our application. First thing, if you see, if you go here, right, and this is very what do you say, rich documentation. Okay, so this is the code to get the information, and this is the code to register the user, and this is for the get the users. Okay, so if you see, this is literally different, the API, right? It's saying that auth local register. Obviously here you need to pass /API/auth local register, then it will add the username, email, password, and then it will return the data. So simple, right? But if you see, this is a post request. So now let's go back to our application, and first thing we need to do is to add a global API to register the user for our account. Right now I'm in global API.jsx file. Here we'll add a new new endpoint. We'll say get constant register user. Here obviously three parameters you need to pass. First is username, then email, and then password. We'll say Axios client, and then we need to add the post method. Post. Here obviously we already have the API. We have to write this /auth/local/register like this, and inside that we have to pass this three parameter. One is username, we'll say username, then email as email, and then password as password. Like this. Okay, and as this is a promise, we will call that promise inside our create account. Now make sure to register this one, or to export this one, so it will be available anywhere. Now inside the on create account, we'll just call global API dot register user, and inside that, if you see, these three parameters you need to provide. The one is username, so we already have a state for that one. Another is email, and then password. Okay, dot then response, and then from the response we'll console two important things. One is response dot data dot user, and other is JWT token. Okay, now obviously we are just testing, so we'll just console these two important things. Okay, and now another important thing we need to add, we have to disable this button if this three parameter is not entered. Okay, so here we'll add disable if the, we'll say username or email or password is not there, so we have to write exclamatory mark not. Okay, now let's go back. If you see, right now it's disabled, but if you type something, now it's enable. Perfect. And one more important thing before create an account, right? If you go to the setting, okay, and inside the setting, you have option over here for authentication somewhere. Let me check. So inside the provider, you have to make sure that email login is enabled. Okay, now let's go back here, go back to our application. We'll open the console. Now let's clean everything, and over here I'm gonna type some information. So here we'll say test user. Here I'm gonna add accounts at tubeguruji.com, and I'm gonna add some password. Okay, now if I click create account, so right now we got an error. So if I go back here, it's saying email username already taken. Let me check. Oh, so if you see, the email is already there, right? So let me delete this one. Okay, and let me clean the console, and let's try to create account. And now if you see, as soon as I create account, the two information which we console, one is the user information. If you see, user information has email, provider, username, everything, and then we have this JWT token. Now if I copy this JWT token, and if you go to this jwt.io.com, sorry, io, just, and if I scroll down and if I paste that JWT token over here, you will find the information. So first is the header, okay, which is the algorithm HS256. Then we have the payload or data, which is just returning ID and when it's going to expire, this JWT token, and the last is the signature, okay, is verified or not. So this is how we got this information. Okay, now what we need to do, we need to store this information maybe in local storage or session storage, and then obviously whenever we create an account, we need to redirect back to a new screen, sorry, the home screen maybe. Okay, so first thing, let's go here and let's store that information. So we'll add session storage dot set item, and here we'll just say response dot data. Let me remove this one. We'll say user first and then value. So in this case, the user is in the form of object. Okay, so we'll change this to string using json.stringify, and then we'll pass the user. Same thing, we'll add a session storage set item for the JWT token, and here I'm going to add a value as response dot data dot JWT, something like this. Okay, and one more important thing, whenever I got the error, so here I'm gonna write the error message as well. Now once we add we are setting the storage, and obviously if there is any error, we will show some toast message as well. But before that, let me add one router. So we will add router is equal to use router, and make sure to import it from the next/navigation. This is I'm using because once user has created account successfully, we will just navigate to new screen. So here we'll say router dot, we'll say maybe push to new screen, something like this. See, okay, perfect. And when they successfully create account, or if there is any error, we're going to show a toast message. So for that one, I'm going to use a Shatsion UI component which is called sonar. Okay, so if I click on this one, toast message, see, again, if you can see the previous 3 toast message as well if it's coming fast, or you can use this actual toast component as well. Okay, but this is the new sonar, so I'm going to use that one. It's very easy. First thing, you need to import this one. So let's add inside your application, and then you have to add this particular component inside the layout.tsx file. So let's go to this parent layout.tsx file. So if I go to this parent layout, and here we're going to add that one, make sure to import it from the component/UI sonar. and then you can directly use like this. See, okay. So if I go to create account, here I put this error and will say error while creating account, and here I will say account created successfully, account created successfully, something like this. Save. Okay, let's save everything and now test this all of these things together. So let me clean all of this thing. I'm gonna delete this particular user, because if you see this new user get added, I will delete this user, okay, and we'll create a new one. So we'll say TubeGuruji. I'm gonna add accounts dot add the TubeGuruji.com, and here we'll say, or let me add a simple password. Now if I click create account, oh wow, so we got one error that user is not defined. Let me check. So here we directly use user, obviously we need to refer it like this, something like this. Okay, so that's the reason we got that error. Again, let's create a with a different email. Okay, so let's create account. Oh, so it's again saying toast message not defined. Wow, we did not import the toast. Let's add a toast. Let me delete this account now because it might be get created only one. That's fine. Let's clean this out. We have the TubeGuruji, we have the .com, and password I will change this one. So let me create the account, and if you see, the account created successfully, and then it navigate to the new screen as well. So cool, right? Perfect. And if you see, now user is logged into our application. If I go to this application tab inside this developer console, and if I go to this session storage, right, if you see we have this session storage localhost 3000, you will see that this user and JWT token is getting saved inside our session. Obviously, if the session is expired, this user and JWT token will get expired as well. Okay, perfect. Now we have to add a sign in page as well. Okay, so let's go to the sign in page. Let me close, or not close, but I'm gonna copy existing UI from here and I will paste it inside this sign in. Okay, except that I'm gonna remove this username input. Make sure to add this image and this input and the button. Okay, button, the link as well. And here I'm going to change this message as sign in. Sign in. Here I will say already have an account. Okay, we'll say don't have an account. Don't have an account. Click here to create new account. Create new account, and obviously I'm navigating to create account page. Let's save this one. Here I'm gonna change to sign in to account. Here pass sign in an account. And I think we need to add this to state as well. So let me copy from here. So this to state we need to add. Make sure to import this use state and make sure to mark this as a use client. Okay, let's save it and let's go back to sign in page. So it's saying okay, so we don't have the password defined. Wow. So okay, we copied this one. Let's change this to password and the password, sorry, set password. Okay, and from the bottom I'm going to remove username because we don't have username. Here we'll say on sign in. So we'll create this sign in method as well. and save it. Now if I go back, and if you see, the sign in page is ready. Obviously if I type something and some password, and if I try to sign in, obviously we did not implement anything. So we will implement the sign in functionality as well. Okay, and obviously don't worry, because we did not checking anywhere whether the user is sign in or not yet. Okay, so we will do that, but first let's implement the logic for this one. So for that one, we have to create an endpoint, API endpoint. So if I scroll a little bit up over here, this is the API endpoint. Okay, we need to pass identifier, which is the email, and the password. So let's go back to global API, and here we'll say constant sign in, we'll pass email and password, and here we'll pass exos client dot post. Make sure it's post, okay, otherwise you will get error. Here we'll simply add auth slash local, and then we need to pass identifier. Okay, guys, don't make the spelling mistake, otherwise it's very hard to find where is the actual error. Okay, and the password. So here we pass the email and password, and then make sure to export this one. Now if I go to the sign in, here I'm gonna simply call sign in method. Okay, so here we'll say global API dot sign in, and here we'll pass email comma password dot then and response. So here as well we'll console the response dot data dot user, same thing is gonna return. Okay, so in JWT token, and obviously we write a catch block. So we'll say error, if there is any error. Okay, we'll say console dot log event. Okay, and save it. So let's test this out only first. So let me check which user we have currently. So right now if you see, we have this admin at the rate TubeGuruji. So we'll check admin at tubeguruji.com and password. Okay, and let me go to the console. Obviously this is different error, so let's clean this out. So now if I enter this admin and password, let's click sign in, and boom, if you see, we have the user, and then we have the session as well. Okay, now only thing we need to do over here, whenever the user sign in as well, we need to store this session as well. Okay, so let's go to this create account. I will copy this all this information. Obviously we need to route it. I will copy this one as well, sorry, inside the page, right? So page, and paste it, because user might create a sign in, or he might create a new account, right? So that's the reason we have to paste all of this code in both the things. Here we need to add a toast. Obviously for routing, I'm gonna add a hook called use router, and then obviously once it's successfully login, it will navigate. Here we'll say login successful, and if there is any error, we're gonna add a toast message, server error, something like this. Okay, and now save it. So I think everything's look good to me. I will remove this console. Okay, and save it. And if I go back, let's clean this out. Let's add guruji.com and password. Click sign in, and if you see, login successfully, and boom, it navigate to the new screen, means the default home screen, right? Now even though here we need to things in consider, we have to consider one thing, right? If user is go to the sign in page, right, we need to make sure that user is if he's already logged in, we need to redirect to the home screen back, because we don't want to sign in even though user sign in, right? So for that one, I'm gonna add use effect inside the sign in page, and same thing we need to add in create account page as well, right? And inside the use effect, right, here we will just check if user is sign in or not. Okay, so for that one, we'll add a constant user is equal to, or we just add JWT token is equal to session storage dot get item, and here we'll just check JWT token. We'll get the JWT token. If the JWT token is there, Then we'll say if JWT token is available, then we'll redirect to the login screen, or sorry, router dot push, something like this. Okay, so obviously even though user is trying to sign in, he will redirect back to this home screen. Okay, let's save this one and let's test this out. Okay, and boom, even though if I try to sign in, and it will redirect to the home screen, see, automatically. Correct. Same thing I will copy and paste it inside the create account as well. Okay, make sure to import this use effect over here, save this one, and then let's try this out. So let's go to this slash create account and boom, see. Okay, now one more important thing, obviously when user click on login, we need to redirect to the sign in page. Okay, because we did not implement that functionality. So let's go to this header first, where we have this sign in button, right? So let me check this. Okay, this is our, okay, let me go down. This is our button, right? Here I'm gonna wrap this button inside the link. We'll add a hrefs, make sure to import the link. Okay, we already have, and here we'll just add slash sign in, something like this. Okay, then let's save this one. Okay, we have this login. Okay, that's good. If I click on login, okay, if you try, it's going to sign in, but already login, that's why it's not jumping. Okay, but here as well we need to check if user is already signed in or not. So here let's try to define over here. So constant, we'll say is login, and we can just check by using session storage dot get item. If JWT token is there, we'll say true, otherwise we'll say false. And over here we'll just say is login. So let's say is not login, then only show the login button. Okay, let's save this one. Let's go back to our application, and boom, if you see, we already signed into our application, and that's the reason the button is not showing. Now this is the error. If you think, okay, why this is error is coming, because it's saying each child in the list should have a unique key prop, because I think we are using this list over here, right, and it don't have the key properties. So let's, what we can do, let's go to this header. Okay, we already in header, and here we iterate this, right? Over here I'm gonna add a key as an index. Let's save this one, and boom, if you see, the error is not showing anymore. Perfect. Now once user is signed in, right, we need to show some kind of icon for the user. Okay, and for that one we will show some option like my orders or logout button kind of thing. Okay, so let's go here, and here we are checking if it's login, then don't show the login button, and if user is not login, we'll showing the button. Here I'm going to add a condition, the ternary operator, and here we'll just simply add the second option, where if user is login, then we'll add a circle round user round icon. Okay, let's save this one, and this is a lucid icon, as simple as that. See, like this. I'm gonna change this class name, like give height of 7, width of 7. Let's see how it looks. I think that's okay. Let me add much bigger, so with 9. I think that's, I don't know, or maybe we can replace it with the actual image. Okay, but let's make it 7 only. That's matching the this icon as well. Okay, for this one I'm gonna add some background as well. So let's give the class name, and here we'll say background green, green 100, and we'll say text green. Maybe we'll add primary text primary, something like this. Oh, we already have class name. Let me paste it here, I forgot, and I will remove this class name. Let's save this one. Let's see how it looks. Okay, let's give some padding, and we'll make a rounded corner padding of 2, rounded full, something like this, but it's very small. Let me make it 12, and now this is good. Okay, now once you click on this one, we want to show the option, right? So for that one, if you see, we have this kind of drop down, right? Same thing we want to add for over here as well. So let's go here for the drop down, right? So drop down menu, see this kind of thing, right? So I'm gonna import this statement inside this. Okay, we already imported. Okay, that's cool. Just import this menu only. Let me decrease this size so we can check side by side. And for this icon, okay, so here I'm put like this, and then I will just put this trigger, because on the circle we want to trigger it, right? And make sure it's a child. Save it. Let's click on this one. Wow, see. Okay, so here we'll say my account, we'll say profile, we'll say my orders, and here I don't know what to say. We'll keep we'll remove one, and we'll say logout. Okay, and save it. See, now we have this beautiful option. Only thing here, I'm gonna add cursor pointer. Perfect. Now on the click of logout, because obviously we're gonna implement this functionality later on, but on the click of logout, we need to log out from the screen, and again we have to make sure that we will clear the session, as well as we will refresh the screen, or we will send it back to a sign in page. That will be good, I think. Okay, so here we'll add on click event, and we'll add on sign out method. Okay, so we'll create this method on sign out, and add a constant, and inside this on sign out method, we'll just say session storage dot clear. Okay, along with that one, we'll add router dot, I don't think so we import the router. Let's import that router. So router hook will import, so constant router is equal to use router. So this we are using to navigate programmatically. Okay, because otherwise we use the link to navigate from one screen to another screen, but if you navigate from the programmatical way, use router is the hook. Okay, now here we will say router dot push, and then simply we'll navigate to sign in page. Okay, save this one. Let's test this out. So if I click on here, click logout, and boom, if you see this sign in page, and now it's not navigating to the new screen because we cleared the session. Okay, now let me refresh once, and if you see, we have this login button. Before it was showing the button which we don't need. Okay, now another thing over here, we don't want to show this header, right? Because on login screen it doesn't make sense to show the header because it has a this category and all. Okay, so what we can do, let's go to this layout where we added the header, right? So let's go to this layout.js file, and over here I'm gonna use one hook which called constant params. Say params is equal to use path name. Okay, this use path name is importing from the next/navigation. So what it will do, it will return the current path of the application. Okay, so in this case it will just return sign in. Okay, inside this params. And now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna check constant, we'll say show header, and we'll check if the params is equal to sign in. Okay, it will check if it's a sign in, then return true, otherwise return false. Okay, and then here I'm gonna add a condition if show header is of okay, and here I'm gonna just revert this, and here we'll make true. Okay, if sign in is there, obviously show header we have to make false, otherwise true. And here if the show header is there, then only show this header like this. Now if I save this one, and okay, so obviously we are using this use path name hook, we have to make this layout as use client, and then we cannot use this metadata anymore if you use the use client. Okay, now let me refresh the screen. So this need to be a slash sign in actually. Okay, and boom, if you see, now we don't have that header anymore. Same thing we have to do it for so here I'm gonna add or params is equal to for create account as well, right? Create account, and make sure it's a slash. Save this one, and if I go to this create account, there as well you don't see the header. Okay, only thing that I'm gonna do here to give a padding. So here I will add a padding of a margin Y of 20, and for the create account page as well I'm gonna add margin Y to 20. And now, yeah, that's good. Okay, perfect. Now let's sign in and make sure everything's working fine. And let's add a password. Let's sign in, and if you see login successful, and boom, you are on this particular page. Okay, now everything is there. If I see we have logout, if I click logout, boom, it's going back to sign in page. Perfect. Now even though if I go to this local 3000, right, obviously we are allowing user to access this page, but if you see it's saying login, right, and obviously on the add to cart it will check whether you is sign in or not. Obviously that we will see later on in this particular course, but until this point I hope you understand this complete authentication part. I know it's bigger, it's a little bit lengthy chapter, but it's very important for any application, right? And that's what you learn. The authentication using a JWT token is very important part in any IT company. Okay, because if you go for the interview and if they ask about the JWT token, how you use, and how to store the data, how to sign in and everything, that's you learn just now. So guys, see you in the next section. So there is one quick fix we are doing. So if I go to this login screen and if I type something, okay, some random information, right, let me open the inspect panel side by side, go to the console, let's clean everything, and if I try to sign in, right now if you get, we are just showing server error. Okay, and we are not showing actual message what happened or what is the issue, right? Even though if I type something like this, okay, let me add something and sign in, right, see it's saying server error, right, and user don't know what the actual issue. So if I go to this error, right, and here inside the response we have data, and inside the error we have that it's saying the invalid identifier or password. Okay, so that toast message, oh sorry, this particular message we want to show inside the toast. Okay, so that user get to know what the issue. So in order to show that message we have to write e dot, and then we have to follow this structure. So inside that we have the response, so e dot response. Okay, then inside again we have the error dot message. Okay, and let's save this one and let's test this out. And if I try to sign in, and now it's not correct. Let me check it is in the response and data. Okay, let me, and data and then error. Okay, so inside this again we have the data and then we have error. Okay, inside the data we have the error. So let's check this out, and boom, if you see invalid identifier and password. Okay, same thing I'm gonna copy for the create account as well, and create account, and over here as well we will paste it here and save it. Okay, also when we are user fetching the information, right, we're gonna show some kind of loader. So here I'm gonna add a loader, set loader is equal to use state. Okay, obviously we will put the value true and false. So when you click on sign in, here we're gonna set the loader as a true, and once user sign in correct successfully, we'll set the loader false, and same thing over here. If there is any error, we'll set the loader as a false. Okay, and save it. Now here obviously there are two ways we can do it. Okay, we can show the some kind of loading, or we can disable the button. So inside this button text, right, here only thing I'm gonna do, we'll add a let's add s2 tag, and inside that let's say sign in. Okay, we don't need that one actually. Let's add icon first. Okay, if the loader is present, then we're gonna show the loader icon. I don't know what's, yeah, loader icon from the Lucid icon. Otherwise show the text called sign in, something like this. Okay, if I save this one, just for the example purpose, I'm gonna make this as a true, If I save this one, see, this is how loader will display, okay, but it's not spinning or something like that. So what we can do, we can add a class name, and here we have a one Tailwind CSS class called animate spin, and now if you see, it's beautifully spinning, correct? Perfect. Let me revert this to, and I will remove this one, and now let's test this out. So here I will say admin at tubeguruji.com. I'm gonna say some password, let's sign in, and boom, see, correct? Now if I enter correct password, I don't know, but let's see, obviously it's saying login successful, and boom, you redirect it. Okay, same thing I'm gonna add in a create account as well. So we have set loader over here, and on the create we'll set the loader as a true, and here we'll set the loader as a false, and over here as well set loader as a false. Okay, and for that on create button, I will copy this existing code, and inside this button where we have this button, yeah, over here I will paste it, and I will remove this one, and here we'll say create an account, save it. Okay, perfect. So this is the quick fix just to make our application much better and flow much better. That's the reason we added this quick fix. So as you know that once user click on add to cart item, right, we need to check whether user is authenticated or not, and then it will redirect to the sign in page if he is not authenticated. Otherwise we can able to add the data inside the our database. Okay, so let's go through how it gonna work, right? So if I click on add to cart, right, obviously right now we did not add any functionality, but on the click of this add to cart we have to check whether the user is login or not. Now inside the Strapi, right, I created a new collection called user cart. Inside that I added the quantity, the amount, okay, so total amount and number of quantity, also the products. So inside this product it I connected with the relationship as with the product. Okay, and same with user permission users. Okay, so it connected with this user collection, and one is for product. Okay, so you just need to push the or add the ID, and automatically get connect with each other. One more important thing, if I go to the setting, right, as we are sending the JWT token for these kind of API, right, so inside the authenticated you have to make sure you will select the product, select everything. Okay, and same thing you have to do it for the user cart as well. Okay, and then user permission, then only so inside the user permission here you have to select this users, otherwise it will not get connected with our record. Okay, so make sure to add that inside this authenticated. Now let's go back to our application. So I will open here like this, and now on the click of this add to cart, right, here we have the add to cart button, correct? Let me increase the size, that would be good actually. And now here I'm gonna create one method inside the product item detail. Here we call constant add to cart, right? So this is the add to cart method. Obviously we'll connect it with this button. So on click, say add to cart, something like this. Okay, now over here we need to check if user is already logged in or not. So we need to check our if the JWT token is there or not. Here we'll check with the session storage dot get item and just simply JWT token. Now here if we'll check if JWT token is not there, then we'll navigate to the sign in page. So here we're gonna add the router, constant router is equal to use router from this next/navigation, and here simply I will add router dot push slash sign in page. Okay, and I will return empty, something like this. Okay, and if the JWT token is there, then we have to write a logic over here. Okay, now over here let's go to this our global API, global API file, and here we're gonna create a new a method endpoint, so called add to cart. Here we're gonna pass data along with JWT token, then Axios client dot post method, because we want to save the data, right, in this case. So slash user cart, then we have to pass data, and along with that obviously we will pass the header with the authorization token, because as I say, this is the protected API endpoint, right? So here we need to pass header, inside that we have to pass authorization token, so we have to pass a bearer token. Okay, so this is how you need to pass, oh sorry, and then the JWT token, make sure the here comma. Okay, so bearer and then JWT token, and that's all. Okay, obviously let's save this one and make sure to export this like this and add to cart. Okay, now this add to cart method we're gonna call it here, so we'll say global API dot add to cart. Here we need to pass data and JWT token, which we already have, dot then response. Okay, and we'll console the response here, but obviously we need to define the data. Okay, so let's define the data. So whenever constant data is equal to here. Now whenever you want to create a new entry, right, there is some specific format that you need to follow. So if you search here Strapi API, okay, and the REST API reference documentation, here you have option or documentation for the create entry. If I go to this create entry, you will find how they actually add the body. Okay, so here inside the bracket we have the data, and inside that you have to provide the field which you want to save. So in this case, if I go to this content type builder, and inside the user card, let's create an entry. These are the 4 things we need to pass. Okay, so let's go here, and inside the data we will say first is quantity, and what is the total quantity is there we need to pass. Okay, so if you see, this is the let me check, I don't know whether we have, yeah, this quantity. Then we need to pass, let me get back here, and amount. Okay, so second is amount, so we'll pass the amount as well. Now amount is the quantity multiplied by total amount. I don't know whether we saved product total price here. Okay, and then we'll fix to 2 digits, so something like this. Then next is we need to pass the products. Okay, so if you see, right, as we already related with this products category product collection, so we just need to pass the product ID. Okay, so here I will pass the products, and the products ID will get it from this product, because we already have product information. So just we need to do product.id. Okay, and then next we need to add the user's information. Okay, so let's copy this text as well, comma, and that obviously we need to get the user information from the session. So here I will write constant user is equal to json.pass, because it is in the string format, we have to convert it into JSON. So that's right, that's the reason I write json.pass. Then session storage dot get item user, and from the user we'll get the ID. So here we'll say user.id. Okay, now if you think you want to make sure that data is right, I will just console it here, and that data we pass over here. Okay, also if everything is good, we'll say toast message, and we'll say added to cart. Okay, and if there is any error, we'll also write for toast message error while adding into cart. Perfect. Okay, now let's save this and let's go back to our application. If you see, currently in the user card we don't have anything. Okay, also just now I realized that here we define this constant data, right, Here obviously the format is like data, and inside that we have to define this information. Okay, and then save it. Now let's go back and open any of this particular item. For example, if I want to add two item, okay, and the price is 10, let's click on add to cart. Okay, so if you see, we got this beautiful toast message saying added to cart. Let's check our cart here. So let's, I don't know where it is. Oh, I think we close it somehow. And if I go to this content manager, user cart, and boom, we got that cart. If you see, we have two quantity we selected, the total amount is 10, the product which we added, and the who added that particular product, so that username also showing over here. So cool, right? It means our add to cart is working. Let's add another item. Let's add, for example, this one. Okay, let's click on add to cart, and if you see, it's showing. But right now, if you just observe that, right, it's taking some time to update it. Obviously we are sending it to the server, obviously it will take some time, right? So here we need to show some kind of loading effect. Okay, so that the cart is getting updated or something like that. Okay, we'll do that in a moment. But right now, let's see whether the second item is added or not, and boom, here it get added. See, perfect, right? Now only thing, as I say, we'll add some kind of loading effect. So here we'll say constant loading comma set loading is equal to use state, and we'll initially make it false. Okay, so when user click on the this add to cart button, we'll set the loading as a true. First thing, obviously here, if the it navigate, we'll set the loading as a false, and once we add it into the cart, here we'll set the loading as a false again, and on the error as well, we'll set the loading false. Okay, and then whenever we have the loading, we'll add a condition here. So we'll say if loading is there, correct, then we'll add a loading icon. I don't know, yeah, loading loader icon, loader circle. Let's add loader circle, and if it's not, let's display the cart, add to cart text. Okay, obviously we don't need this anymore now. And over here, for the animation purpose, I'm gonna add class name. We'll say animate spin. Okay, so it will actually spin it. And also we have to make sure, I will disable this button when the loading is true. Let's save this one. Let's go back to our application. Let's try to add this item. We'll add a two item and click on add to cart, and boom, see, it's getting loaded, and now we got the beautiful added to cart message. Perfect, right? And now if you see in the cart, okay, let me refresh this cart, boom, we have the three item now. Perfect, right? Now the thing is, we need to update our basket number over here. Okay, now let's update this number as well. So little bit I'm gonna style this number. Okay, so if I go to this header, because that card item is in the header, so if you see, right now we just added this 0, right? Here I will put in the span tag, and we'll put 0 over here, and then in the class name I will add a background of primary text, white, padding of 1, padding x to 2, and rounded corner, so rounded to be full. Let's save this one, make sure how it looks. So this is how it looks. That's weird. Let's add padding x to 2 only. Perfect. Okay, now we have this beautiful number. Only thing that I want to change this basket to some other. Here we'll say shopping basket instead of shopping bag, say something like this. Okay, only thing, I'm gonna change this size. So class name, height of 7, width of 7, little bit bigger. Okay, now we have the item number here as well. Now the next thing what we need to do is to show the actual number. Okay, so I'm gonna define one state. Here we'll define constant, and we'll say user, sorry, not user, total cart item, comma set total cart item is equal to use state, and initially I will pass it as 0, and this total cart item I'm going to replace with the hard-coded 0. So instead of 0, we'll replace with this total cart item. Let's save this one. Let's go back to our application and let's make sure everything's working fine. Okay, now what we need to do, we need to call one method over here, and we'll say constant get cart items, and this method will call one API which will get the total cart item for this user who added that item into the cart, right? And then count we will show it for inside this total cart item state. Okay, here I will just write use to get total cart item. Now in order to get the cart item, right, we have to make sure that we'll pass the user ID to fetch the card information, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to little bit do some change inside the user card. Here obviously we are saving this user permission users, but it is related with the user, right? And instead of that one, right, obviously we will keep that one as well, but here I'm going to add a user ID as well. Okay, so let's add a number. Here we'll say user ID. Okay, and the number format is integer. Let's finish it and then save it. So what it will do, when we add into the cart, right, we will store the user's ID, only the ID, right? Whether it's a 5, 6, whatever the ID of the user is there, we will store that one, and that will very easy to fetch the user cart. All the items belong to user cart. So now let me go to this content manager, and for the user cart, right, let me refresh once. Here I will clean everything for now, and just make sure that we have the user ID. Perfect. And whenever we add the cart, we will also add new field here called user ID, and then over here we'll just set user.id as it is. Okay, let's save this one and just make sure once that it's working fine. So let's add this item, add to cart. It's saying added to cart, make sure it's showing. So let's go to user cart. Perfect, and perfect. Now if you see, we have the user ID 6. Now in order to write API, right now if you see, I have just user cart. If I enter it, obviously I have only one. Okay, but along with that we have to write a filters option. Inside that we have to write user ID equal to, if you see it's already there, but equal to, and the number which is belong to user ID, and the populate is equal to star. If I enter this one, okay, let me add populate is equal to star. Okay, and now if you see, we got all the information. Perfect, right? So let's copy this endpoint, go back to your application inside the global API, and obviously here we need to write constant get cart items. Here we need to pass user ID comma JWT token, Axios client dot get method, and here we'll just paste it. Okay, and obviously instead of this one, I'm gonna add the user ID. Okay, and then we have to add the header. So let me copy as it is, and we already have JWT. Make sure to export this get cart item. Let's save this one, and now inside the header, okay, so here what we can do, we can directly call it here only. So just return the response dot data. Okay, and once we have that one, let's go back to header, and over here we'll just call constant. Here we'll say cart item list, we can say await, and here we call global API dot get cart item. That's it. Now obviously we need to pass here, we'll make this function async, and here we need to pass user ID. I don't know whether we have the user information. Okay, we don't have user information. Let's get the user information over here, is equal to json.parse, and over here we'll need to write session storage dot get item user, and then once we have the user, we'll say user ID comma jwt, which we already have. Now here I'm writing console get cart item, oh sorry, cart item list. Okay, now obviously this particular method we call in a use effect, okay, but we'll call in different use effect, okay, another use effect. I'm gonna tell you why we are calling in another use effect in a moment, but here just call like this. Let's save this one, go back to your application. Wow, we got one error, so let's see the error, what's the issue. So it's saying JWT is not defined, make sure it's there. Okay, wow, it's not there. Okay, it's actually not there, we just have this condition, so I will add that one. So we'll say constant JWT is equal to boom, and let's see, and if you see line number 48, we have that one count, and we have the amount, the user ID and everything, okay, and inside that one obviously we don't need that one, but we just need a length of this particular list, right? So obviously we have this particular state, so we'll just write it here, set total cart item, and here we need to set cart item list dot length. Okay, and as soon as defined like this, you will see the total cart as now is 1. Okay, now for example, if I add another item into the cart, right, and go back, if you it's still showing 1, right, but if I refresh it, then it will show a 2. Okay, see, because we are not telling to this header method, which is a get cart item, that okay, the new cart item is get added, now you have to get the new updated data, correct? So for that one we have to create a context, right? So the context is very helpful when you want to share the information across a multiple component, okay, and obviously you can share it and you can update it from anywhere, and once you update it, it will reflect it in all the components. Okay, so let's define the context. So here I will create a new folder called context, and all the context we will store inside this underscore context. Inside that we'll create a new folder we call update cart.jsx. Here we'll say export. Here I want to just rename to cart context. Okay, so export update cart context, export constant actually. Then here we will say create context, and this create context we are importing from the React. Okay, and initially we'll pass the null value and save it. Now once you define this context, you have to wrap your all the component inside that one. So for example, inside the body I will define update create context. See, is importing from the context dot provider. Okay, because we are providing some value, so that is nothing but the provider. Okay, and then here we need to define a default value. Okay, so let's define state. So we'll call constant, we'll say update cart comma set update cart is equal to use state, and initially I'll make it false, and these two value we have to pass to this as a default value for this context provider and save it. Okay, now whenever we update or add it into the cart, we have to update or change the value of the update cart context, right? So first inside this product item detail where we are adding into the cart, here I will define the context. So here we'll say, so whenever you want to use the context, right, you have to define in a curly braces. Here you have to define update, same name you have to give, set update cart. So whatever the name state name or a variable name you give here, same name you have to give it here, but inside the curly braces, because you are using the context. Here you have to write use context, and then you have to write the which context you want to use. So in this case we'll say update cart context. Okay, now I will, whenever we update the cart, right? So here we are adding into the cart. Here we'll say set update cart, and I will just revert the value of the update cart because it just trigger, right? True to false, false to true kind of thing, correct? Now save this one. I will copy this context and let's add it into the header as well. Okay, make sure to import this use context and update context. Right now, whenever the update card get changed, obviously I will push it, add it into use effect, right? So what will happen, whenever the update card value get changed, this use effect will get execute automatically anywhere. If you update this update card context value from any component, okay, this will affect the use effect and it will execute, and it will this use effect will get execute, and then our get item card also get execute. Let's save this one and test this out. Now now if you see, we have the two items, right? And let me close this one now, and I will add this one item. Okay, even though you added two items, doesn't matter, right? And click and add to cart, and boom, if you see, it's added to cart. We did not refresh the screen yet, and if you see the magic, now it changed from 2 to 3 automatically without refreshing the screen, right? And that's the why we can share or we can trigger the any method with the help of context, just to inform that okay, now you have to update the context, and once you update the context, add it inside the user effect, and then user effect will get executed. Okay, if I added one more item, see, it's changed to 4. So cool, right? So this is how you can add an item. Okay, and you can also update the card number as well. Now as you know that on the header we have this card icon, right? And on the click of that, we need to show all the list of item which is added into the cart. Okay, so if I go to this application, and if you see over here, once user click on this one, we need to show the cart. So for that one, we need the product information along with the product image as well. So currently with this particular API, right, which is a user card, we are getting quantity, amount, and user ID who added that into the cart, but we are not getting the products. Obviously, if you do the populate, let's say cards question mark populate is equal to star, you will get a product information but not the image, because image is a nested element, right? So the question is how to do it. So for that one, if I paste this, right, this is the way that you can populate. So you have to write populate, then what you need to populate, which is the products. Again, you have to populate, in that we have to populate images and populate 0, which is, and obviously what we need from there, we need the image URL, right? If I enter this one, now you will see we got the image data as well. Okay, so this is very important. This is called a nested. If you want to fetch any nested fields information, right, which is reference to other collection type, then this is the way that you can fetch it. So obviously you can refer the source code anytime. Okay, so all the code which I'm showing is in the in the source code, right? So I will copy this particular populate command, and inside the user cart, right, after this maybe, and we'll add it here like this. Okay, and in the response, right, here we gonna map the response in some specific format, right? So we'll do constant. Here we'll say result is equal to response dot data. Okay, and then not here, we'll say data only, and here we'll say constant result, or we'll say card item list is equal to, we'll say data dot map, and in that we have map item comma index, and then arrow function like this. Okay, let me do like this. Okay, because we want to map it. So first thing, if you want to map a name of the product, we will say item dot add dot data, sorry, dot attributes dot products. In that we have data of 0, because we will only get a first element, then attributes dot name. Okay, and obviously anytime you can check this. So once we have the attributes, we have the products, inside that we have the first element, which is the first product from the data, and then inside the attribute we have the name of the product. Okay, let me go back. Then we need to get a quantity which is quite simple. We have to write item dot attributes dot quantity. Then amount, we have to write item dot attributes dot amount. Then we have to write image of the product, so here we'll say item dot attributes, and here we'll need to again, okay, so I will just copy all of these things as it is, and then after the attributes we'll say images. In that we have the data of 0 dot attributes dot url. Okay, so obviously you can just check the way that means you have to get the data by field by field. Okay, the another one is actual price of the item, which is again we'll get it from the product, so attributes dot mrp, and the last is the id of the product, so id of the record, so item dot id, something like this. Okay, and then once we have this cart item list, which is a mapped list, we will return it back to our header. Okay, because we are fetching inside this header here. If I go back to this, yeah, get cart item over here. Okay, so on this one I'm gonna store this data, so we'll say constant, we'll say cart item list comma set cart item list is equal to use step, and then we'll do set cart item list over here. Oh, so name is similar, so I will just put underscore something like this. Okay, and then save it. Just make sure that everything is working fine. And if you see, we have these 3 products is coming. If I go to the inspect panel and let's go to the console, and if you see, we have the 3 items and 3 items is showing, and if you see, that is format in a simple way, right? So each of the Strapi response you can format according to your need. Now it's very simple to add the product list. Okay, but for that now we are gonna use a Shadesian sheet component. If I go here, this is a sheet component, and if I click on this one, see, this is how the sheet will open from the left hand side. Obviously you can map on the top, from the bottom, from the left, it's up to you how you want. Okay, so in order to install it, you have to copy this CLI command, go to your project and paste it here. Next, if you scroll down, you have to import this statement. Now on the click of this basket icon, right, this icon, we need to open that particular sheet, so obviously we need to add that inside the header only. So I will import the statements inside the header, and then let me go to Shadesian. I will add this sheet example. Okay, so where you want to open the on the click of that button we want to open, right? So that's this is the one, right? Shopping basket, and this is the h2 tag, right? Yeah, bring this down, so I will paste it here, and obviously we need to bring this h2 tag inside this sheet trigger, because on that one we need to open the sheet, right? Let's save this one. Let's test this out. Now on the click of this one, see, the sheet is opening. Perfect. Now I'm going to replace this sheet header, and I will say my cart. For this one I'm gonna also add some styling to this one, so let's add a styling. So here I'm gonna say class name, we say background primary, oh god, background primary, then text white, text, we say font bold, and text of large, and we'll also give padding of 2. Okay, let's save this one and let's test this out how it looks. So if I click on this one, this is how it looks. That's good. Next, here we need to display the list of items which we added. Okay, so what we can do, we will add a new component under this underscore component. We can call it as a cart item list.jsx. Add the default template, and I will add that cart item list over here now. Okay, for this cart item list, I'm going to pass cart item list as a cart item list, and inside here, whatever data we received, we'll accept it as a props. Let's save this one, both the files. Alright, cart item list is showing over here. That's good. Now here we need to iterate that cart item list. Okay, so let's add a div. Inside this div, I'm gonna add cart item list dot map. Here we'll say cart comma index, and the arrow function like this. Then we'll add a div, and inside this div, first thing we'll add an image. Let's add an image, cart dot image. Okay, here we're gonna give width. Let's say width of 70, height of 70, and for URL tag, I'm gonna give the cart dot product name. Let's save this one. Let's check it out whether we are getting that image or not. So right now the image is broken because we did not added the base URL, this particular base URL, right? So here simply I'm gonna add process dot env dot base URL plus cart item list. Let's save this one and just check it out. See, perfect. After that, I'm gonna add a class name, and for this one, let's add a border and padding of 2. After this, let's add a one div, and for this particular div, we'll add a title for the product. So we'll say cart dot name, then we'll say quantity at cart dot quantity, and the last is price, so it's in the dollar. So here we'll say amount. Obviously here we're gonna give some styling. So class name, here we'll add a font bold. For this one right now we'll keep as it is, and for this class name we'll add a text of large and font bold. Let's save this one. Let's see how it looks. See, obviously we'll bring in one line. So for this, let's wrap this in one div again, and for this div, let me close this tag. For this div, we'll add a class name, make it flex, gap of 6, and also we'll make item to be in the center. Okay, now if I open this side navigation bar, see how beautifully it's looking, right? Also after this div, I'm gonna add a trash icon. So trash icon. Okay, if user want to delete, let's add outside of this one, I think. Okay, so obviously it is in the down, but we want in one line, so let's bring that one. So we'll say class name, make it flex, and say justify between item to in the center, and let's see how it looks. See, perfect, right? Obviously we'll use some margin. So here we'll give some, not here, but let's give some padding of 2, and we'll say margin bottom to 5. Perfect. I just changed this height and width as well, and this is how it looks. Beautiful, right? At the bottom we need to add the button. Okay, so let's add outside of this div. Here we're gonna add h2 tag for sub total, and in the span tag we'll write total amount. Okay, for example, let's say $90 for now. And then after that we're gonna add a button, and it will say view cart. Let's save everything. Let's test this out. See, obviously we'll give some padding and margin. So here we're gonna add class name. We'll say absolute position and we'll put width of 90%. Okay, we'll put it on the bottom 6. We'll make flex column. For this subtotal, I'm going to add a class name. We'll add a text large, font bold. We'll make flex and justify between. And let's see how it looks. Perfect. At the bottom, see, perfect, right? Now this is how our cart is ready. Now the thing is, we need to calculate the subtotal. Okay, so let's do that. So here I'm going to define constant. This says subtotal, yes, with capital, comma set subtotal is equal to use state. Initially I will put 0. Now inside the use effect, I'm going to calculate that subtotal. Okay, so let's say let total is equal to 0, and then I will iterate the cart item list dot for each, something like this, and we'll say total is equal to total plus element plus dot amount. Okay, and whatever total value we'll get, we'll set that total value. So subtotal is equal to set subtotal is equal to total. Okay, and we'll make sure that whenever the cart item list is there, then only execute this and subtotal will update the value. And obviously over here, what are the hard-coded value we added here, we'll replace it with the subtotal. Let's test this out as well. So go here, and if you see the subtotal, okay, so 5 plus 5.96 plus 3.29, which is equal to 14.25. That's perfect. Next, if you just delete on any of this particular cart item, right, we will need to make sure that it will remove from the cart. So for that one, we need to add an endpoint, okay, which is a delete endpoint. So let's go to this global API, and here we're going to add a new endpoint called constant delete cart item. It will take the ID of the particular record and JWT token. Then Axios client dot delete. Here you need to make sure that you will put the delete operation, and then the API endpoint. So in this case, it's just user cards. Okay, and then you have to provide the ID, which is slash and then plus ID. Okay, after this one, you need to add, this particular header. So I will just copy paste, comma, and this particular header we added. Okay, make sure to export this delete cart item endpoint so that we can use it. So when user click on this delete item, right, so this is the delete icon. So here I'm going to add on click method, and here we'll say on delete item, and here we'll pass the cart ID, so cart dot ID. Okay, so this method we are going to pass back to the header. Okay, it means the parent component. So we pass back, so we use this cart item list inside the header, so we'll accept it here, and here we simply define this on delete item method. And in that, obviously we are passing ID, so we'll get the ID. And here I don't know whether, okay, we have the JWT token as well, that's good. So here we'll just say global API dot delete cart item. Here we need to pass ID and JWT token dot, then we'll write the response, and here we'll just say toast message that item removed. Let's say exclamation mark, and then save it. Let's test this out. So if I go to the cart, let's delete this third number. If I delete this one, so if you see, the item is removed, right, but it's still showing here, right, because we did not refresh the data. But if I refresh here now, you will see the count is 2 now. So what you need to do whenever the item is removed, we have to make sure that we will refresh this get cart we'll call this method called get cart item. That what it will do, it will get the latest cart data, and then it will update our cart item list around along with the this count as well. Okay, now if I go here and delete this one, it will say item removed, and boom, it's gone. Okay, only thing that I want to add for that trash icon is a cursor pointer. Perfect. Okay, now let's add some cart. So let's go to the fruits, and here I'm gonna add cart item 3. Then I'm gonna add a pineapple as well. Perfect. Okay, now if I go here, now we have 3 items. Let's delete this mango. It will say item removed, and boom. Perfect, right? Now the subtotal right now sometimes is getting longer, so make sure to do it to fix. So let's go to this cart item list, and over here we say to fix to 2. Perfect, and our cart item is beautifully ready. Okay, so guys, that's all for this particular section. That I hope you understand how beautifully we added that sheet for our cart item. So whenever user click on this basket or cart item, user will see all the data. Okay, now one last important thing here, if there are more than 7-8 carts, let's add some more items. Okay, let's go to this vegetables. I will add some more item. Let's add this one. Let's add this one as well, and I don't know, let's add, I don't know, milk and juice. Let's add this one as well. Now if I go here, you will see the description, right? It's not perfectly fine. So what you need to do, you need to give the means this subtotal is fixed, right? So let's go back and fix this issue. So inside the cart item list, for this particular div, you have to define some height. So we'll say height of 80% of the screen. Okay, because the remaining one we are giving to the button and subtotal, right? So if I go here, still nothing get reflected, but here we'll say overflow auto, and just check it out. So here instead of 80%, let's give 500 pixel. Okay, because sometimes for scroll pixel will work, and check it. Yeah, if you see, now you can even scroll this one. Okay, if you think, okay, this item is not required, delete this one, and boom, perfect, right? So that's all for this particular section. I hope you understand how beautifully we implemented the cart section. So there is a one quick fix. Okay, so what I did, I created a new page called checkout. So I added this checkout folder. Okay, so I created a new route called checkout, and inside that I just added the page.jsx file. Okay, now when I click on this checkout button, right now obviously we did not add anything, correct? But on that checkout button, I want to make sure that this particular dialog will get closed. Okay, so what we can do, let's go to the header, and over here obviously on the click of checkout we want to navigate it, right? But before that we have to make sure that checkout button is getting it closes our side sheet. Okay, so from the cart item list, I'm gonna remove this div from here, and inside the header, after this sheet header, I'm gonna add one component called sheet close. Okay, inside that sheet close, I'm gonna add our div. Okay, let me format this, and then here I'm gonna mark it as agile. Obviously we are calculating subtotal, so that subtotal logic we will cut it from here. I will cut it from here, and then inside the header I will paste like this. Okay, now here obviously we have everything which we needed, and we are good. Okay, so let's save both the files, go back to our application. Now if I click checkout, see, now the header is the side navigation bar is getting closed. Perfect, right? Now only thing we need to do, let's go to this header, and we will add on click method over here. right? And we want to navigate to the checkout page. So for that one, let's define the router. So obviously we already have the router defined, that's good. So here I will just add on click, say router dot push slash checkout and save it. Now if I go back to our application, let's check it out. If I click checkout, see, boom, it's open the checkout page and the side navigation bar also get closed. Okay, but one more thing here we need to do. We'll write one condition because we want to make sure that checkout page is protected. Okay, so if I go to this our application, right, and this checkout page, if you see, is comes after the authentication. Only if user has authenticated, then only we're gonna show this checkout page. That is very important. So here we need to check if we'll check whether session storage or not session storage, because we already have the JWT token. So JWT is present, then go to the checkout, otherwise go to the sign in page. Okay, let's test this out. Let's go back and let me refresh. Yeah, now if I click on checkout, it's going to checkout page because we have the JWT token, right? But if I go here and click on log out, and if I try to go to checkout page, it will not allow me. But if user manually go to the checkout page, then only also we have to check whether the user is login or not. Okay, so obviously next we want to implement the checkout page. Now for the checkout page, right, we're gonna add we will divide actually the screen into two parts. Okay, one part is for the product, sorry, the billing details, which contains your name, address and all, and other contain the cart total along with the taxes, delivery charges, and then so it calculate the total and all. Okay, and on the, we obviously we're gonna give the payment method option, and once you click on payment method, it will navigate to the payment method. Okay, so this is how simply the checkout page will be. So what I'm going to do, we know we already have this checkout page.jsx file which we created inside the route folder. I already have the code, it's quite simple. I will just paste this code over here. Okay, so let me explain that quickly. So I divide the screen into two parts, one for the billing and one for the card information. Okay, and right now if you see, I just hard coded the value. Obviously we want to implement all the logic. Okay, only the UI part I added. If I save this one, okay, right now obviously let's import this input and the button as well, and the arrow big right. Okay, and I think we are good. Now if I go to checkout page, and this is how simply it is, right? On the checkout, user will fill the information, and then here we have the total and everything. Okay, obviously we are going to calculate all of these things. Now let's go back to our application. Here one more important thing we need to do, because when the screen size is smaller, right, we need to change the layout. So here I'm gonna add, when the screen size is smaller, we have to give grid column 1, and when it's medium, then we'll show grid column 3. And here as well I'm gonna add for the medium. This is okay, I think we're gonna add for this. Now if I decrease the screen size, okay, see, this is how it looks. Okay, if you want this at the top, you can give the order last and order first. Okay, so maybe you can do that one. You can check the Tailwind CSS documentation and then you can update that, but for now we'll keep as it is. And now here, first thing we need to get the users card details, right? So as you know, if I go to this header, right, because we already have the lot of code ready, I will just use that one. So first thing we need to do is users and JWT token, we need it, so I will paste here. And then we need the get category, not get cart items. Okay, so I will copy this code as well. Make sure to import this global API. This code is just to fetch the what I'll say, all the cards which belong to that particular user. Okay, and we have to define this total cart and all. Oops, sorry, we added this use state. Let me add that one, and for the total cart item and the set com item list, so that this one as well we need to use it. Okay, make sure to import, and I think we are good. Now this get cart item we need to call, so get use effect. Inside the use effect we're gonna call this method like this. Okay, now we have the total cart item, so from here we're going to replace this with the total cart item, so we'll say total cart item. Let's save it and make sure it's working. So right now we use effect, so we have to make this page as a use client, and right now if you see the total cart item is showing 6. That's good. Okay, now we have to calculate the subtotal. As you know that for the calculating the subtotal we have this particular method, right, which is because we just copy that one, so we'll use effect as it is along with the subtotal logic, and then we'll paste it here. Okay, I will just, for a sake purpose, I will keep this over here, and this use effect will calculate the subtotal, and instead of subtotal section I'm going to put actual total. So here we'll say sub total. Let's save this one. Let's see. Now if you see we have the subtotal. If you go here and we'll check, the subtotal is matching, right? The delivery charge, which is hard coded value, so I will keep as it is, right? And the tax obviously will calculate on the subtotal amount, right? And then we'll show the total. So let's do that one as well. So here I'm gonna add one method called constant calculate total amount. Now here we're gonna calculate this total amount, right? So here we'll say constant, and simply, okay, just write constant for now. We'll say total amount is equal to, so as I say we have to get the 9% of this one, so we'll say subtotal into 0.9. then we have to add this $15 into that one, so we'll say plus 15, and I think that's all. Okay, and then we'll simply return total amount. Okay, and let's try to call this calculate total amount over here and save it. Now if I go back, so right now if you see the total amount is came. Here we just make two fix, so two digit only, fix 2 and save it, and if you see now the amount is changed, and which is 53. Okay, also as I say, if user is log out, we have to make sure that check it will redirect to the sign in page, right? So on the use effect we'll check if JWT token is not there, then obviously we'll add a router, constant router is equal to use router, and then it will router dot push, and we'll say slash sign in. Let's save this one. Okay, and that's all. Now only thing that's remaining is to get that in users entered value, right? So for that one you can use a formic or form, okay, or you can just simply use the use state to fetch this all of this value. So you can try on your own. Obviously we want to implement this one, but I hope you can try it and let me know if you are facing any issue here or not. Now we store all of this value, so let's go back to our application inside the checkout page, and over here with the help of use state only we're gonna store that value. So here I'm gonna define username comma set user is equal to use state. Okay, and same thing I'm gonna do for a couple of more. So this is email, set email, then phone, set phone, zip, set zip, and the last is address. Okay, so all of these parameter or value we want to store. Along with, obviously, we're going to store the total amount. Okay, now this is very important in the Strapi CMS to create a proper collection for this one. Okay, so inside the content type builder, inside the component section, right, I created one component which is an order item. Inside this, I added the quantity, the price, and the product. So this product I connected to one-to-one with the one-to-one relationship. Okay, and obviously here we only store the product ID. Okay, and this is the component. This is very important. This is a component. Okay, so this component can be used inside the collection to reuse this component multiple times. Okay, so let's create a order collection. Okay, let me, and inside that, first thing will, for example, let's add username, then we'll add email, the phone, then we'll add a zip code. Zip code should be a number, but sometimes zip code will be a different. For example, in Canada it's not a number, so let's add a text only. The address will be a long text, and we'll add address. Okay, then the total amount, right, it should be a number in the format of decimal, and we'll say total order amount. Okay, after that we want to add the user ID who added that, so it should be a number, so user ID. Then we want to add an order or payment ID. Okay, so we'll say payment ID as well. And then, as I say, we need to add this component field. Now obviously we already have the component, so select this use existing component, then click on select component, and here you can give the component name. Here we'll say order, or so we'll say just item list, order item list. Okay, here you have to select the component because right now we already have one component, so select that one, and you have to click on the repeatable component. Okay, so that you can add a multiple list of the item. Okay, so when I say the list of the item, it means this particular list. This is 1 2 3 4. Okay, these items we will add one by one. So I think this is good. Let's click finish, and if you see, now order item list is get added. Okay, let's save this one. Obviously it will save and restart our Strapi CMS, so we'll wait. And if you see, now it's ready. Now if I go to the content manager inside the order section, and now try to create a new entry, here you can give the some name, here you can add the some email ID. Okay, the order email ID, the phone number if you want to add some zip code, right, the address you can add it here, the total amount, whatever the amount is there, user ID you can add, the payment ID, and the main important part which I want to show, the order item list. So here you can say, for example, there are 3 quantity, total price is 45, and here you can see you have the product list. Okay, now you can create another entry, and same thing you can do it here as well. So cool, right? So this is how we can add the order item list. And obviously while sending this data from our application to this particular Strapi CMS, that part or that logic is very important. Now once you have everything is ready, go to the setting, and inside the roles authenticated role, you have for the order, make sure you will select all of these things, click save, and boom. Okay, now it's available only for the authenticated user. Now let's go back to our application, and inside here product detail, right, we let me check. So this is checkout page, right? Here we added all of these things. Obviously let's connect that one to this all the input. So we'll say on change event e set, it's a username, right? So username and e dot target dot value. Copy this one, paste it here for a zip, for address as well. Here I'm gonna replace to set email, then set phone, set zip, and set address. Okay, Now all of this information is ready. Okay, and obviously these are the value. Oh, I don't think so, we need to change this one, right? Because we forgot that tax amount over here, so we calculate directly. This need to be like this. So total cart item into 0.9, and then I will make it 2 fixed to 2 decimal. Okay, perfect. Now save everything. Let's go back to our application, and as soon as you enter this value, we're gonna already setting it into our state, something like this. Okay, now over here the next thing is our add the payment gateway. Okay, and once we have the payment gateway is ready and on the successful payment, then we're gonna store the order detail in our database. Okay, this is very important, guys. The only after the making the payment, we're gonna store the detail. So for that one, we're gonna use a PayPal payment gateway. So that one we'll see you in the next section. Now we are going to integrate the payment gateway. So if you see, once user on the checkout page and once everything is filled out and user click on the for the payment, right, it will go to this payment gateway method. And once user successfully did the payment, right, successfully payment ID generated and everything is done, then we are going to store the order details inside our database. If the payments is not successful, then again it will redirect to the checkout page only. Okay, until unless user is do the successful payment, then only we can store the user's order detail. So for the payment, right, we are going to use a PayPal payment gateway. So let's just go to this developer.paypal.com, and you can create a free account. Okay, for it's a sandbox account. If you want to go to the live, you just need to submit some documents. Okay, otherwise you can use it for the development purpose. So over here, if you scroll right, you have option over here called API credential. Open that one, and inside this API credential documents, you will find that a client ID. Okay, so this client ID, this one we need it for our application. But before that, we are going to use this PayPal/React PayPal.js library. Okay, so let's go to this GitHub repo, and if you see, this is very easy to install and easy to use as well. So first thing you need to do is to install this dependency. So go to your project, and inside the terminal I will just add it here. So it will install the PayPal payment, this particular library. After that, in order to use this PayPal button, right, because it's automatically add the button and everything, the UI and everything is ready. First thing, you need to add the PayPal script provider. Okay, so I will just copy this one, and then you have to go to the layout.js, which is our parent layout. Okay, so this one, and outside of this I will wrap this complete application like this, and make sure to import this PayPal script provider using this PayPal/React provider. And instead of this client ID here, we're gonna replace it with the client ID from this actual dashboard. Okay, so if you don't have, you can create one. Okay, and if you want to get it again, just click edit, and from here you can copy, and then inside the .env file we'll add that client ID. We'll say public underscore PayPal client ID is equal to, and then we'll paste that client ID. Now we'll copy this one, and over here I will just use it. So process.env.next public PayPal client ID, and save it. Now only thing that we need to use is the button. Okay, so obviously this button we can use it. Let me go here inside the cart item where we have this checkout page, right? Sorry, and inside the checkout page we have this button called payment. So instead of this button, I will paste this button, and make sure to import these PayPal buttons. So let's save this one, and if I go back to our application, you will see these two buttons get added. Okay, now obviously we don't need this button, so I will remove this one. And if I click on this button, right, see, it will open the payment gateway. You can log into the account and everything is there. If I want to go with or want to log in with the pay with debit card, you have option over here. So cool, right? Now over here, if you see, if I go to this PayPal, right, and obviously you can log in, but let's go to this pay with debit card and we'll see the amount is 0.01, right, which is not correct, because right now the amount which we want to pass to this PayPal is 53.02 in this case, right? So for that one you have to create an order. Okay, so this is the particular code to create an order. So here if you see, we are getting two parameters called data and action. In action we are creating the order, and inside the purchase unit we are passing the amount and the currency. So in this case the amount is our total amount, right? So we'll just add this total amount, or we can just call this calculate total amount method. Okay, so here we're gonna call this method and let's save it and let's test this out now. So if I go to this PayPal and if I go to this pay with debit and credit card, now you'll see $15, which is not correct, which only showing delivery one. Let me check again. So it's better to store this value in some variable. Okay, so we'll say constant total amount comma set total amount is equal to your state, and over here we will set the total amount value, which is equal to this one only, and this total amount value we're gonna send over here. Okay, something like this. Now let's save it and let's try this out. So it's saying too many renders, react limit of numbers. Okay, let's see what's the issue. So this is look correct. Okay, so over here we'll setting this amount. Okay, we are getting this error because maybe because of this one. Okay, so let me calculate manually. Okay, because we have the subtotal, and this subtotal we are getting from here. So over here only I will calculate. Okay, so we have the subtotal, so I will use this logic. It's little bit complicated, but yeah, that's what we need to do. Okay, now let's save this one, and okay, make sure the total amount is rendering over here. So let's test this out. We'll say PayPal, say debit and credit, and it's still showing $15. I don't know why. Okay, let me refresh this once. Okay, so the issue is over here we need to change this total because we don't have a subtotal, and then this value. Okay, let's save this one, and now let's test this out. So if I go to this PayPal and go to this pay with debit and credit card, and if you see now the value is correct, perfect, right? Now you can fill this detail and then you can test this out. So this is the developer PayPal testing card. Okay, so here what I will do, I will copy this testing card. Okay, this is just a random testing cards, it's not a valid one, it's just for testing. So I don't know why it's okay. Let's close this one, let's test this out. I don't know whether it will work or not. So let's go to this debit and credit. Here I'm going to add a card number. Let's remove this one, add a card number. Let's add some expiration date, so 6/27 and 790 as a CVV. 790 as CVV. Here I will say TubeGuruji, YouTube, street address, Prime Street. I don't know whether we need this or not. And we'll say pay now. Okay, here it's asking mobile number. Wow. Here let me add my mobile number. So I added my mobile number, and let's add a city. Let's click pay now. Maybe it's saying okay, that's fine. Click continue, and it's saying thanks for using PayPal, and boom, it's going back to our application. Obviously I just switched, that's the reason. Okay, but it's come back, it means our payment is successful. Okay, but over here we need to write one method. Okay, so if I go here, and there is one method similar like create order. Here we have called on approve. Okay, once user successfully approved, means did some payment and everything, right, then it will return the result. Okay, so what we can do, we'll just write, we'll call this on approve method. We'll create a new method called on approve, and it will receive the data. Okay, we'll just console the data, so we'll get to know what are is in the data. Okay, so let's test it out again. So I will add the PayPal, and let me add all the details. I will pause this video and I will add all the details. Now I fill all the details, and let's say continue. Okay, so it's saying again thanks for using PayPal. Let's go back to our application, and I want to see the inspect panel. Let's go to the console. So if you see, we have the object, and inside this object we have this data. Okay, ignore this thing, this is different one. Okay, so because I used pop-up 2 times, so that's the different issue. But if you see the line number page 64, which is this one. Okay, and in that one, this is the information that we got it. Okay, it has order ID, the payer ID, the payment ID, which we are going to store it. Okay, and it means our payment is successful. Correct? Now I hope you understand how beautifully and easily this is one of the most easiest PayPal integration you will see on the YouTube or on the internet, right? So this is how you can add the PayPal integration. Now, as I say, once the payment is approved, then we are going to store all of our data inside our database. Okay, and then obviously once everything is set, everything is stored, then we're gonna redirect to the completion or order completion page, where we will show the that some kind of message that okay, your order is successfully placed, and that's all. Okay, so this is how we are going to do it now. But I hope in this particular section you understand how easily we integrated the PayPal payment gateway. Now once the payment is successful, we need to create an order into our database. Okay, as we already have this collection called name order, where we are going to store all of this our data. Okay, once the payment is successful. So let me go back to our application, and over here, okay, so this is admin panel. Okay, this is the store, and inside this one, right, we need to add let's open the route, which is a checkout route. Okay, in the page.jsx file. Here on the approve, we need to add the data. Correct? So here I'm going to create a constant, and inside that we'll say payload. Inside the payload, we'll create a data field, data object, and inside that we have to create all of this. We need to add all of this field, right? So one more important is I want payment ID, right? So that we'll add. So we'll say payment ID. Okay, so this payment ID will get it from the once the payment is successful using this data.payment ID. Then the order total value. Okay, so let me check it is correct. Okay, see, it is called total order amount. Okay, so total order amount is nothing but this total amount. Okay, we already storing, so total amount. Then the username, which is the username we are already have state for that one, right? Just make sure that everything's there. Yeah. Next is email, so we'll add an email as an email. Then we need to store phone as a phone, then zip code as a zip code, and the address as an address. Okay, now most important thing is to add this order item list. And if you remember, right, here we have quantity, amount, and the product, right? So same thing we're gonna do. So inside the global API, right, because if you remember, we did not add the product ID here. So here with the name, just I will add a product. Okay, and here I want to add the ID. Okay, product ID. So I will copy this one dot ID. Okay, so it will give me the product ID, and I store it as a product only. Okay, make sure that name is correct. Okay, and I think that's all. Let's save this one, and now I will just copy this name called order item list, and I will pass the array of the all the cart item list. Okay, because what it will do, it will just check with this quantity, product, amount, because I renamed this to amount, and it will check these three product inside this or cart item list, which is the list of object, right? And it will contain this all the fields, and it will only pick quantity, amount, and the product, which is the ID of the product. Okay, and then save it. Now once you have the payload, obviously we need to create an endpoint. So after this one, I will create a constant. We'll say create order, which will take a data, which is our payload, okay, and JWT token. So Axios client dot post, and then we have to add orders, I think. Okay, so that is the endpoint, I hope so. Yeah, orders only. And then we have to add the data, comma, and then we have to add this header. So I will copy this existing bearer header over here. Okay, now make sure to export this create order so that we can use it. Now over here we'll say constant, not constant, sorry, the global API dot create order. Here we need to pass the data, which is our payload in this case, then JWT token, which we already have, dot, then we'll say response, and then we'll console the response over here. Okay, also we'll toast the message that order placed successfully. Okay, something like this, and then save it. Now once you create the order, okay, obviously once the order is successful, we have to clean out. Okay, let me go to this content manager. We have to delete all the items from the user's cart. Okay, because obviously the order is placed, we need to empty the cart, right? So for that one we need to add the delete operation. Okay, so if I go to the setting, make sure inside the role authenticated, and let's go to the user cart. Here we have the delete is enabled. Okay, and for that one, this is the API endpoint, so I will call that one. So obviously there are a lot of things we need to delete, right? Obviously we'll call multiple delete APIs. Okay, but that's fine, we'll do it that later on. But for now, if you see, we once to create the order, let's save this one, and let's go back to our application. And over here, right, what I will do, instead of now going through all the payment, I will add some dummy button over here, and I don't know, yeah, let's add a dummy button. We'll say this particular button I will add. Okay, and here I will call on click method just for the testing purpose. Okay, and here I'm gonna add on approve method, and in the data I will pass the payment ID as 123. Okay, because this data is getting, and this from the data we have the payment ID, so that's the reason I added dummy information. Okay, let's save it and let's test this out. So let me open the spec panel, open the console, and then clean everything. Let's click payment. So right now we got error that, okay, this message request failed. Let's see what's the issue. So if you see this error, it's saying the payment ID must be a string type. Okay, and we added the payment ID is of, I don't know, let me open that one. So inside the global API, and or not here, sorry, over here we'll convert it into a string. Okay, dot to string, and save it. Now let's add some information as well. Let me close this one because initially we forgot to add this one. Let's add this, some address, and then I will open the spec panel for the testing, close this one, and click payment. And oh wow, if you see, it's saying that order placed successful, and now we got the response as well. Let's see in our Strapi database or Strapi CMS whether we got the order or not. And if I go to the order, and if you see, we have the order with the name, email, zip, address, total number. That's good. The payment ID, we forgot to add a user ID. Okay, that is important. And boom, if you see, we have the order item list as well, and each order has a quantity, the amount, and the product which is attached to that one. That's perfectly that's what we wanted, and that's perfectly good, right? Only thing we miss is user ID. So let's go here and add the user ID. So that we'll add it from the user.id. Let's check that we are fetching the user's information. See, yeah, okay. So from here we have the user ID now. Okay, and obviously next time if I create an order, right, so let's, if I go here, let's refresh once and add abc at gmail.com 1234, because I did not add any validation. You can go ahead and add all the validation, right, and make a payment. And now if you wait and if you see the order placed successful, let's check the order with the name 3abcc, and now in this case we have the user ID as well. Okay, perfect. Now only thing that we need to do, obviously I will remove this button. Okay, and on this payment method it will execute our order, and it will, once the payment is successful, then we'll create the order in the database. Okay, so that's how you can create an order. And if you have any question on this point, let me know in the comment section. So now once we are on the checkout page, right, and once we fill the details, then only I enable this button. Okay, so for that one you just need to add a disable property to the button, and here I added that if I have to check username, email address, and zip. Okay, because that is a mandatory field. If everything is okay, then obviously it will enable the data. Okay, so I will put something, and if you see, now it's enabled. One more thing I added here is once user made the confirmation and create the order, okay, then over here I make sure that I'm deleting each of the item from the cart, right? So I use the cart item, I iterate that cart item, and then I'm deleting the record one by one. Okay, so for that one we have this delete cart item API endpoint, and only I'm passing the ID along with the JWT, and with the help of this for each, it will delete the each item. Okay, and once everything is deleted, the order is also get created. Then I'm going to route to a new page, which is the order confirmation page. Okay, so I created a new route called order confirmation. It's very simple. I added some of the like this is icon, the order successful text, and thank you so much take up with the button. Okay, so let me show you how. So here I will just go to this order confirmation page, and if you see, this is simple page I added. But only thing that we made it here, right, here instead of router push I use the router replace. So when you try to go back, it will go back to a home screen and not the previous or this checkout page. Okay, so this one of the change I added in our application. And I think this is how we create the order. We will make sure to delete the cart items, and not only that, but we also make sure that it will redirect to the order confirmation page. Okay, so I hope you understand this one, because this is the very small part and I don't want to waste a time by explaining all of these things. Okay, because this is just a quick and easy things that you can also do it on your own. Obviously, if you face any issue, any doubts you have, you can access or you can refer my source code. The link is in the description. So now we are going to implement the my order page. Let me show you where it's gonna be located. So once user click on this particular function, this icon, right, and then we have this drop down, and once user click my order, user can see all the order he already placed before. Okay, and obviously it will show completed order as well as in progress order, or it's the history of the orders. And also when the user has order confirmation page, right, there also we give one button to jump on the my order page. So first thing, let's go back to our application. Let's close all of this window, and then I will go to the router where we will create a new routes. Okay, so inside the route folder we'll create a new routes, and we'll call it as a my order. Inside that, let's create one page called page.jsx. add the default template, and here we'll say order, or we'll say my order, and here as well we'll say my order for now. Okay, let's save this one. Let's go back to your application, and here we'll say slash my order. Okay, and here you will see the my order page. Now obviously this particular my order page we have to restrict from the user access. So for that one we'll get the user JWT token. We'll say constant JWT, and from the session storage we'll get that one. Okay, and here inside the use effect we'll add the use effect, and also we'll define the router because we want to navigate if user is trying to access this page. So use router like this, and here we'll simply define if router dot, sorry, not router, but if JWT token is not there, then redirect it, right? So the router dot replace, we say the home page, which is slash, means back to the home page. Then after this one we need to get the user order list. Okay, so for that one we need to create an API endpoint. So let's go back to our application, and here as you know that we have order, and for each of the order we have the user ID, right? From the user ID we can just fetch the only order which belong to this particular user ID. Now obviously from populate we'll get this information along with this order item list and quantity and amount, but we also need to get the products, all the products name and everything along with the product image, right? The query will be a little bit complicated for that one. So let me show you. So this is the, if you search on the Google like Strapi populate select something like this, right? This is a documentation. I will put in it in the description as well. So this one and one more, oh yeah, this one only. So over here they carefully explain how you can populate the nested query. Okay, so if there is one level deep, or there are several level deep, okay, some relationship which is quite in the deeper, right? Everything they explain properly, and same thing, same technique you can apply. So this is the query will look like. So first thing, this is our API endpoint. Then with the filter option, okay, for on user ID, I'm checking if user ID is equal to the actual user ID. Right now in this case is 6 I gave, because the this is the user ID which we are going to pass. Okay, then we are populating the order item list. Okay, so this is the order item list we are populating. In that we are populating the product. Okay, so in that we are populating this product. Again in that one we are populating the images. Okay, and this is how it looks. So inside the order item list we are populating the product, and inside the product again we have to populate images. Okay, and obviously if you try to access the URL, obviously all of these things also come along with that one. Okay, see, now obviously for this particular user we have only one order. Okay, and everything it comes up, say. Okay, so same thing we are gonna do. So let's copy this query. So I will copy this up to this point only, orders, and then let's go to global API. So here let me save this one, and let's go to the global API where we are creating new endpoint. So over here we'll got constant, and here we'll say get my order endpoint. Okay, here we're going to pass user ID along with JWT token. Then Axios client dot, we'll say get request, and then paste the query which you copied. Okay, like this. Obviously with this is the hard coded number, so we'll replace it with the actual one. Here we'll just say user ID, and I think everything will be as it is. Okay, we'll as this is a promise, we'll make the response, and then we'll return the response. Okay, but right now if you remember, we created or we mapped the cart item list in a proper format, right? Same thing we are gonna do here as well, because it's very easy for us to display the result as well, right? So here I'm gonna add constant. Here we'll say response and is equal to response dot data, right? And then we'll use constant. Here we're gonna add order list is equal to response dot map. Okay, and then we'll say item, and the arrow function like this. Okay, now first thing we'll add id. Okay, so the id will be simple item.id. After that we want to get the the total order amount. Okay, so I will copy this one and I will just use that one. So total order amount is equal to item dot attributes dot total order amount. Okay, after this one we want the payment id. Okay, so let's get that one as well. So we'll get the payment id as item dot attributes dot payment id. Okay, like this. And after that again we have the order item list. Now for this one we'll keep as it is. Okay, so here I'm gonna add item dot attributes dot I think order item list. Okay, obviously we will map it while we want to display it on the screen. Now this order list I will just return it. Okay, and make sure to export this get my order and save it. Now let's go to the page.jsx file and I will make this file as a use client. Okay, and obviously in the header right where we have this menu option for the my orders, correct? So let me browse. Okay, so let me go back. I think it's a down only. Yeah, over here, right? So on this one I will just wrap this my order, or maybe let's wrap this in a link. Oops, link. And here I'm going to add h reference to my order. Okay, we'll end the tag and then I will just wrap this inside this link and save it. Now let's go back to our application. And so right now we got error that session storage get is not a function, so it's supposed to be get items. So let me go to the page and this need to be a get item. And now we are good. Okay, let's go to the 3000. Okay, the home page. If I click on my order, it will jump to the my order. Perfect. Now once you are in the my order, here we create a method called constant get my order. And over here obviously we need a user's information, so we'll get that user information is equal to json.parse, and inside that we'll get the session storage dot get item, and inside that we'll use user. That's all, right? And then here we'll call global API. Obviously before that I'm gonna add a constant order list, maybe because we are already doing it. Then await, we'll say global API dot get my order. We need to pass user ID, so from the user dot id the JWT token which we already have. And as we are using async, sorry, await, let's use async here. Okay, and let's print out the order list. And then call this get my order over here. Okay, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, let's go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and right now if you see for page 20 we got the order with the ID number, the payment ID, the payment total, because as I say there is only one order belong to this particular user, and then all of this order item list. And if you see inside that we have the product, inside that the data, attributes, and the image as well. Okay, perfect. Now everything we have. Now let's implement or display that on the UI. So first thing, on my order here I'm gonna add the h2 tag, and here I will say my order. I'm gonna add a class name. So let's do one thing, because I already have the page from the checkout, that heading I will copy it from here to over here, and I will change this to my order and save it. Perfect, like this. See, perfect. Okay, then over here I'm gonna use the Shatsian component called collapsible. Okay, so if you see, this is how it looks. And if I go here, okay, so this is how our my order page will look like. So here first thing I'm going to show order date, the total amount, and the status. And once user click on this one, it will expand it along with all the each of the product with the original price, the quantity, and the total price as well. Okay, so let's go back over here, and then as we have the order list, right? So we want to iterate it over here. So I will just say h2 tag and we'll say order history. Okay, let's add a div tag first. Inside that we'll add order history. I'm gonna add a class name, padding y to 8, margin x to, let's add 7 for smaller screen, and for larger screen we'll add a margin x to maybe 20. Okay, let's save this one, and for this h2 tag we'll add a class name, text 3xl, then font bold, text primary. Perfect, like this. And then as I say, this is the collapsible will look like. Okay, so once you click on it, it will get expand, and it's very easy to use. So first copy this collapsible in component. So I will install this component first, and then we'll use this import statement. Go here, import it, and then this collapsible content I will paste it. So after h2 tag we paste it here and save it. If I go back here, if I click on this one, see, okay, obviously we will design it according to our need, but for now I think that's look good to me. So over here, right, let me get this something like this, and here obviously we need to show the date which when it ordered, right? So I will add a div. Inside div we'll add h2 tag. Here we'll say order date. Okay, and the date when user order, right? So here we got the order list. Let's save in one state. So we say constant order list comma set order list is equal to use state, and here we'll just set order list and order list. Here I will use that like this, just for a differential purpose. Okay, and now we'll iterate that order list. Okay, so obviously we need to iterate this all of these things, right, along with the content and all, or oh sorry, we want to iterate the collapsible as well. So let's wrap it in one div, and then we'll add over here as order list dot map. Inside that we'll add item comma index, something like this, and inside that I will add this collapsible. Okay, and save it. Now if I go back, so this is how it looks. See, nothing right now, obviously we don't have any data, so let's add that data. So as we have order date, so add the order date which is item comma, and if I go here for the order date, okay, so if I go over here, if you see we have the, I don't know whether we have the date or not. So okay, for that one we did not added the created add date, because if you see this API endpoint we have this created add, but we map the data, so that's the reason we did not have that one. So let's add in a global API. So over here if I scroll down, we'll add created add, and then item dot attributes dot created add. Okay, and now we'll use item dot created add. Okay, if I save this one and let's check this out, see the created add, right? Now if you want to format this in a specific format, okay, so for that one I'm going to use moment.js library. Okay, as I use in many of my projects, this library is used to format the date according to your need. So it's very easy to install. Just type npm install moment, and then it will get installed, and very easy to use as well. So if you see it's get installed. Now in order to use it, right, you have to write moment. See, this moment is importing from the moment, and then the date which you want to format, dot format in which type you want to format. So in this case we'll say date let's say date/mmm/yyyy. Okay, if I save this one, let's see whether it's get format or not, and boom, see, perfect. Now for this one, for this particular div, I'm gonna add a class name. We'll add a border. Okay, we'll add a padding of 2, and I'm gonna add a background little slate color of 100 maybe. Now if I go back, this is how it looks. Okay, obviously we will format that one later on. After this one, I'm gonna add another h2 tag for the total amount, right? So total amount, and in that we have to write item dot, let me check what we use for the total amount, which is the total order amount. Okay, and now we have the total order amount as well. That's good. Let's do one thing. Let's wrap this in a span tag. Okay, or not this one, maybe we'll wrap this in a span tag, and I will say class name, font bold, margin right to 2, and same thing I'm going to do for this total amount as well, just to look a little better, right? If I save this one, this is how it looks. Okay, it's weird right now, but don't worry, we'll change this one. And then we're gonna add a status as well, status column. Okay, but we don't have the status yet. Okay, so we're gonna add the status as well. So here I'm gonna say, for example, let's say pending. Okay, and save it. Now let's save this one, and for now, for this div, we'll make it flex, and we'll say justify evenly. Let's see how it looks. So if I okay, so this particular error is came because we have to add index, key index. So for this one, we just add key as an index. Then let's try to add the width full. I don't know whether this will work or not. Okay, so it's better to add a gap as well. So let's add a gap of 15, not 15, the 14. I don't know. The gap 14 is not working. Okay, so gap of 16, and let me refresh this one. Something is not correct. And now once this is done, okay, I gave this gap of 24 little larger, and this is how it looks. Okay, now once user click on this, see, we got the data. Okay, now over here, as we have this array, right, and we already show the payment total order amount, okay, the status and the order date. Now we need to iterate this order item list to show each of the order along with the amount, the quantity, and the product image along with the name. Okay, so that we are going to show inside this collapsible content. So over here we need to iterate the item dot order item list. Okay, so this one. Okay, so this we need to iterate, because right now if you see there are 6 items, right, and then obviously we need to iterate that one by one. Let me bring this like this, and here we'll say map. Okay, inside that one we'll say order comma index, as we already have the one index, so I will put index underscore, and then the arrow function to display the data. So for this one, I'm going to create a component folder, and inside that we'll create a different component. Sorry, here I will add underscore component folder, and here I will say my order item .jsx, add the default template, save it, and then use that my order item, and for each of that we'll pass the order item is equal to order. Okay, now this order item I will accept it here, and like this, and here we'll display one by one. So first thing, the image. Okay, so let's add the image tag, and here we're going to add source. So inside the source we have the order item then if you see, we have the order item list. In that we have the product. Inside that again data, attributes, and lot of different things, right? Let's do that. order item dot product dot dot data. Okay, make sure it's correct. So data, right, dot attributes dot images dot data of 0 dot attributes dot url. Okay, hopefully this is right. Then we'll give a width of maybe 80, height of 80, alt tag I will give for now as the image. Let's save both the files. Let's go back to our application. If I expand this one, right now if you see this image is broken, that's correct because we did not add the base URL. So we say process.env dot and our base URL. I will copy this one. Oh, sorry, and plus sign. Okay, let's save this one. Let's go back. If I expand this one, wow, see how beautifully it comes, right? Obviously it's saying that error that you need to use key index over here as well. So we'll add a key as an index underscore. After this, once we have the image, right, we will what do you say, format it later on. Here I'm gonna add one div for the users order product name. Okay, so for the product name, again the product dot attribute up until this point it will be similar dot name, and then we want to add the actual price. Okay, so here we'll say item price, and here we'll say MRP. Okay, I think this is correct. Okay, yeah, let's save this one. And if I expand this one, see we got this one item price as well. Let's bring everything in one line. So for this one we'll say class name, make it flex. Okay, we'll go gap of 10 for now. Next thing, I'm gonna have one more div, and here we're gonna add the total quantity. Okay, so let's add only s2 tag, and we'll say quantity. And then for this one we have to add order item dot, well, I don't think so we need order item over here. Let me check. Yeah, so okay, yeah, inside that we have order item dot quantity. Okay, so this quantity we need to add dot quantity, and the third is total, not total, but I don't know what it's called, sub total or price. Okay, and for this one we'll say amount. Let's save this one. Let's go back to our application. If I expand this one, see we go have quantity, price, and I think everything is good, right? Only thing that we need to now equally we have to divide, right? Let's try to give space between, and I don't know whether this will work or not. Yeah, that's good, but I don't know why it is not in one line. But for this image as well, let me check. Yeah, for this image as well, I'm gonna add a class name. We'll say a background gray, then padding of 6 and border for rounded corner. We'll add a medium. Okay, and we'll add a border. Let's see how it looks. So expand this one, and this is how it looks. That's good. So here, if this is look weird, let's do one thing. Let's remove all of these things, and here I'm gonna add a grid, and we'll make a grid column 4. Okay, in that one I'm gonna give a class name. We'll say column span 2. Okay, let's save this one. Let's see how it looks. Okay, that's weird, but let's add column 5. So out of that I give the 2 column to this one, and then here as well I'll say column span to, let's say 3 1 4 5. Yeah, let's save this one. Let's see how it looks. I think that's now good enough, but the column is too large. Let's try to give a width of maybe 60%. I don't know. Yeah, I think this is good. Okay, So if you see, obviously it's not perfect, but right now let's not modify a lot, but okay. And here I'm also giving margin top to, let's say, 3, okay, something like this. And if you think, you can add item to be in the center, and here I'm gonna add a HR tag. Sorry, so horizontal line, it will come horizontal line. If I increase, see, this is how it looks, but I don't know why it doesn't come fully, because we want to add outside of this one. Let's add here, let's cut it from here and paste it. Save this one, and boom. I don't know why it comes along. Obviously we need to give a width, so obviously I will make this div. I will add a class name, give width, let's add div, let's save it, let's test this out. Perfect. Okay, now we have the order list and all. Obviously if you have a lot, it will come one after another, but this is how it will look. Okay, only thing for this div, I'm going to go class name margin top to 3. Perfect. Okay, so this is how the simple order history page we created. Okay, where user can see all the orders about this one. Okay, now if you talk about the status, right, if I go here and inside the order, right, we can add one status column. We'll say status. So here we'll add a status, or just do one thing, let's go back, and here you can add the enumeration as well. Okay, so that will be a good, but let's add a simple status over here, and we'll say finish. Let's save this one, and we'll wait. In meantime, I'm going to add that inside the global API. So let's go to this global API, and here we'll add a status as item dot attributes dot status. Make sure that's correct, right? Yeah, let's save this one. And now obviously I will also update inside my order item instead of that hard-coded status, right? So which is in the page.js over here, say item dot status, and make it optional because it's not mandatory that status will be there every time. Only thing, okay, so for this status I'm gonna make it as a default value, okay, as a pending. Okay, and finish. So, and let's save this one. So whatever will happen whenever user create an order, right, the status automatically will be in the pending status, and you don't need to manually, or whoever is admin, he don't need to manually update the pending status. Obviously once the order is confirmed or order is completed, he can update that status as well. Now if I go here, let's refresh this my order page. Obviously status is not showing because this particular one, the status is not updated. Let's go to this order. Let me refresh this once, and if I go into the order, let's go to this order, and here we have this new status called order. Here we'll say pending. Okay, as this is the existing order, that's the reason the default value is not set. Okay, but for the new order it will get set. Now if I refresh this one, you will see the status. Oh wow, the status did not came. Okay, the status is start with this capital S. Let's update that inside the global API. And now if the status is pending and all the order details. Perfect, that's good, right? So guys, I hope you understand how beautifully we designed this my order page. Okay, and if you remember, we also need to update inside our confirmation page. Let me close this one and go to this confirmation page, and for this button, right, let's wrap this button in a link. Let's add h reference and just give my order, right, so that user click on this track your order, it will jump to this my order page. Let's save this one, go back to our application, everything's look good to me. And this is a quick fix I want to tell you inside the header for the logo, right? When user click on the logo, we want to go to the home page, so I will wrap this logo inside the link. Okay, I will add a h reference, say slash only, end the tag and wrap this like this. Save it. For this class name, I will make cursor pointer, and if you click on this one, why it's not going? Yeah, it's go to this home page. Okay, so that's all for this particular section, guys. I hope you understand and you learn how we beautifully track the user's order using this my order page. So guys, that's all for this particular course that we learn and we develop the beautiful online grocery store application from the scratch with the help of Strapi and the Next.Js React. Okay, so from the starting to beginning, right? As I told you in the beginning that if you don't know anything, as we learn everything from the basic. Okay, we learn how we set up the Strapi, how we use the REST API, how we create the collection, and with the help of REST API, how we fetch the data, how we update the data, how we create the new record inside the Strapi, and everything we learn. Okay, so for the any small businesses, the Strapi CMS, I will say one of the best CMS in the market, and you have the full control on your own data, on your own collection, I will say. Okay, so guys, as you know that this application we not only build for the desktop or laptop or a web, but this application is also for the mobile or small devices, because this application is completely responsive. Every page, every element in this application is completely responsive, as you know that, right? So guys, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. If you really enjoy this video and really like this video, please press a like button. If you also press the notification bell icon, so you will not miss any update. And if you still did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe, share this video with your friends, and please let me know about this video, how you do you really like this video, what you really like this about this video, what you think about the Strapi CMS. Let me know everything in the comment section. So guys, see you in the next video.